Evening, everyone. Sorry, I was just checking that I was live. Um, Evening or afternoon or morning, depending where you are in the world. Um, can anyone hear me okay? Because I've noticed there was about 10 of you waiting in the lobby, so a little bit nervous. I'll be honest, a little bit nervous. I thought it'll be a dead zone. 13 now. Wow. Hi, hello everyone. So my name's Andy. For those who are not familiar with my channel, it is a politics-based channel. I'm a Liberal Democrat, so I tend to talk about liberal politics. But for anyone who, if you can basically check out my channel, I mostly do debates. I don't debate current political events. I tend to debate political history or philosophy or things of the political past. So that tends to be what I do. But I do plan to do a series on post-war liberal leaders. So keep an eye out for that. That's going to be next on the pipeline. I can see someone's already commented. Stuck farmer. I'm guessing that's to do with the thank you, Eddie Cat Flap 3838. I assuming that's to do with the farmers tax, which obviously Wales, it's quite a large. It has in some areas it has quite large farming communities, so that will probably impact quite a few people in Wales. So what we're doing today, now I have got Michael Mullaney. He is going to be my guest for this live stream, and it is the Caerphilly by-election. We're going to be doing an all-nighter on the Caerphilly by-election, giving out our reactions, our analysis, our assessment, and also looking back at that constituency from its political past. So while we're waiting for what did the poll say? Thank you, banned again. 8334. What did the poll say? Well, this is interesting. The polls. So the current polls show that it's quite a tight contest between Reform and Plaid Cymru. And it's interesting that Zach Palensky of the Green Party has recently come out in favour of Welsh independence. Now, whether Greens will lend their vote for Plaid Cymru as a kind of, to sort of lock out reform is one for debate. But I think that was an interesting position that Zach Palensky has come out in favour of Welsh independence, which in some parts of Wales is quite it means a lot to them. The idea of and I'm a unionist myself, but I'm not unopposed if people want to express self-determination. I think you should have referendums on such issues, but it'd be interesting to observe. If it's a tight contest and Reform just about squeak a victory, it'd be interesting to see if Zach Palensky's comments on Welsh independence might have hindered Plaid Cymru for being able to retake this seat. Let me just have a look at the comments. I've got, oh wow, it's gone a bit. Labour wipeout, Tory wipeout. Thank you, Crime and Politics News. Yes, it is looking pretty bad for Labour. I think now I'm a Lib Dem. I think in the last polls we were at 1%. We weren't going to get a look in. I will be leaning on Michael to know the history of the constituency, because we have to remember in Wales, David Lloyd George came from Wales, and it used to be a political hotbed for liberal politics. But since the turn of the century, when Labour pretty much came out as the new left force, most of the support base in Wales has more or less just collapsed over there. But in this particular case, we definitely didn't have a look in. But yeah, the Labour and the Tories, it's not looking particularly good. I'd be interesting to see if we're going to get like a party switch. So in America, we have something, there's this, they call it the party switch, where, well, in America, it's a bit different because they've only really had two main parties, which is the Democrats and the Republicans. But I'm quite curious where this will position Labour, because Labour have traditionally done very well in Wales. We have to remember they've ran what was the Welsh Assembly, now the Welsh Parliament. They've ran that since 1999. And this particular by-election, I think, makes it really difficult for Labour, because is this a condemnation of what the Labour Party is doing at Westminster, or is this a condemnation for what they're doing in the Welsh Parliament, or is it a bit of both? Because usually, whenever there's been dissatisfaction with the Labour Party in Westminster, normally the Welsh Labour Party have banked on being able to still hold on to key areas of Wales. So yeah, that would be interesting. Oh, there's a lot of comments. Thank you so much. Thank you. Bingo time, Labour excuses. Oh no, well, okay. I'm going to try and make this as I'm trying to make sure this doesn't get age restricted too much. So I will be avoiding foul language for a little bit. Although I think YouTube does allow after so long. I don't understand this from YouTube. I think you're not allowed to swear for like the first few minutes, but then for some reason you are allowed to then swear. I'm getting a bit lost with all the comments. Thank you so much, everyone. Good. Oh, thank you again, Eddie Catflap 3838. Now, Michael has said to me we should expect the let me get my teeth back in. We should expect the by-election results from around 3 a.m. I am going to attempt to stay up throughout the night. Now, you're probably thinking, Andy, how are you going to cram that much in until the declaration of the results? But like I said earlier, we're going to look on social media. We're going to look at the news. Michael actually forwarded me quite a funny. It's from Welsh Labour. Now, it's not funny from their perspective. It's actually quite funny from like, is this how bad it is for Welsh Labour? It just smells of desperation. So yeah, we're going to follow social media. We're going to follow the news and get live updates, give our reaction. And also we plan to discuss previous elections in that constituency. I will be leaning on Michael for that because sadly, I haven't done my homework, guys. I've had such a busy few weeks. I was hoping to do some research going into this. So I'm hoping and praying that Michael will lead on this. So, it's getting a bit lost again. Let me find. It keeps scrolling down for some reason. Local factors. I do apologise if I missed some of your comments. When do you accept the results? It was never a Labour stronghold. I mean, in this particular constituency, it has been a Labour stronghold. And it's interesting that immigration has been played up into this election because it's been played into this election and actually has quite a low immigrant population. I think it's 2.3%, which is way below national average. But it's been an old. In fact, actually, while we're still waiting for Michael, I thought to start with, I would give an overview of this constituency. So, Caerphilly it has a population of 176,000 of the wider borough, I should say, which has been a slight decline since 2011. A drop by 1.6% from the that was when that's the earliest census I got. I think there was one since 2011. No, so that was from the last census they did, which I think would be 2021, I want to say, or 2022. I know we had COVID, so I think it was pushed back a bit. Aha! I'm here by myself. Thank you, Michael. Hello.
How are you?
I was just going through the chat, and I've got to say I'm so thankful for people who've decided to join us this evening, because we've got 37 now. So thank you. So we've got a few political geeks and nerds like ourselves who are willing to risk well, either you're skipping work tomorrow or you're going to risk going into it. I've actually got the day off tomorrow because I was not going to do this, and I have brain fog the whole day. I'm getting brain fog. How are you doing, Michael? Oh. How are you doing, Michael? Can you hear me?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm very well.
I'm good. I can hear you. I lost you for a bit. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes, I can hear you now. Don't swear, drink or smoke. I was saying, someone in the chat said, I thought they said they were making a dab at Starmer, and I thought they were in reference to the farmers, but they were meant to say F Starmer. So I said I'm going to try and keep this not age restricted on YouTube, because because I would like to try and get monetized. I don't actually know how it works, but yeah. So don't drink or smoke. As a smoker myself, this is going to be quite difficult for me. So I think when I have opportunity. But yeah, so Michael, thanks for joining us today. Thank you for taking your time out for this. I was just explaining the demographics of Caerphilly, but maybe you could explain to us the political, because I must admit, Michael, I hold my hands up, guys. I didn't do my homework, so I'm relying on you this evening to talk about this particular constituency. So maybe if you can give us a nice overview of the political history and the sort of political demographics of that area, that might be quite useful, because it's traditionally been a Labour stronghold. Yes.
Yes, so Caerphilly has been a Labour seat since 1918. They've won it at every election since 1918. Even 1931, when they were reduced to only 52 seats across the whole of Britain, which was the worst Labour result by far since they became one of the two main parties in 1922. Even then, they got 68% of the vote in Caerphilly. And they've won it at every Westminster election and every Welsh Assembly election, Welsh Parliament now election as well. It had a brief period where it didn't actually have a Labour MP. So the Labour MP elected in 1979 was a man called Ed Hudson Davis. He defected along with 28 other Labour MPs in 1981 to the SDP. So it did briefly have an SDP MP from 1981 to 1983. But I think he realised that Caerphilly was a very solid Labour seat. So he ended up not actually, most of the SDP defectors did fight their seats in 1983, their old seats. He didn't. He actually ended up standing in Basingstoke in Hampshire. So that sort of, I think, gave an indication of what he thought his chances were of winning it for the SDP. So Caerphilly has been a Labour seat ever since then. And I thought, obviously, tonight's live stream was going to be a sort of election night live stream with a difference. We're obviously going to try and cover the news from the Caerphilly by-election count and combine it with a discussion on the background to the by-election, and also a discussion on by-elections historically. And as this was a Welsh Parliament by-election, we thought we would use the time as we wait for the result and news to discuss sort of key Welsh parliamentary by-elections since 1918, after having discussed Caerphilly. So yeah, Labour won Caerphilly in 1918. and they've held it at every election since then. Although tonight that might change, and if the indications are anything to go by, they're not just going to lose it after 100 years of winning every election, but they're going to lose it pretty comprehensively by the indications that we've got.
And you reminded me, Michael, because we are going to be, like I say, it's going to be quite multifaceted, this stream. So we are going to combine looking at social media, looking at like on the news to get updates. But you actually, in a message, you actually forwarded me this tweet. I mean, what's going on there? I mean, is this a joke?
This is,
or
as far as we can tell, it is the official Labour Twitter account. So this is from Labour.
Yeah,
please.
I thought it was a parody Twitter account at first. When you showed it me, I had to really look into it. I thought, is this actually real?
I did. I have to say, what it sort of gives me. Do you remember the 2016 Republican American presidential primaries? And there was obviously Donald Trump wins them, but there was Michael, Mr. Jeb Bush, who his dad had been president, of course, George Bush, and his older brother, or was it younger brother? Older brother had been president, thanks to his help, as in Florida, of course, swinging the votes there in 2000. But if you remember, his campaign sort of, despite being the favourite, never really got off the ground. And there was that public meeting he did when he delivered his speech. He was waiting for the applause. One of those moments when people make speeches and you think, and they suddenly pause and go silent. You think, oh, you're waiting for applause, which isn't coming. And then he goes, please clap. And I think this is sort of the Twitter sort of equivalent of Jeb Bush's please clap. It's this sort of desperate, please vote Labour today.
Begging bowl, please. What I was going to say, like, this election is quite interesting because it's one that, for a political analyst, you don't know if this is a condemnation of Labour in Westminster or if this is a condemnation of the Labour in the Welsh Parliament, or if it's actually a bit of both. Because traditionally in Wales, Labour have been able to bank on Wales, even when they've done quite terribly. Well, from Labour's perspective, in UK wide elections, they tend to still hold on to the Welsh Assembly.
Yes, I mean, Labour have won every election in Wales since 1918. And even if you go back to that, as we mentioned before, that awful election in 1931 for Labour, when they only won 52 seats, they still actually came first in Wales. Despite that, they finished ahead of the Liberals and then the various national government MPs. Labour still came first. And even in 1983, under that sort of disastrous result for Michael Foot and Labour still finished first in terms of seats and votes in Wales. So it has been their sort of last redoubt, their really strongest area that's always voted for them at every election. And yet tonight, obviously, it looks like Caerphilly, which is a seat which is voted for them every election, it isn't going to. I mean, the by-election tonight is obviously taking place in Caerphilly, which is one of the 40 Welsh Parliament constituency seats, because the Welsh Parliament at the moment has 40 constituency seats and then 20 top-up regional lists. It's the 5th by-election to the Welsh Assembly or Welsh Parliament since 1999, and it's probably going to be the last ever Welsh parliamentary constituency by-election, as obviously next May the whole electoral system changes in Wales, and the Welsh Parliament gets 96 seats, 6 seats each elected from 16 different list voting areas. So it is probably the last constituency by-election to take place in Wales, and it's going to be an interesting one because obviously, as we say, this is a seat that has always voted Labour at every election, but it looks like they're going to lose it tonight. I mean, if you look at the result last time in Caerphilly in the 2021 Welsh Parliament elections, they had a majority of 5,000 Labour, which is, it was more comfortable than it sounds because there was a lower turnout and smaller sort of electorates in the Welsh Assembly seats. So in percentage terms, that's, I think, 17.6% majority over Plaid Cymru, who were second.
Yeah, I've just got on to,
There you
oh,
go.
well,
There you go.
business.
And
Yeah,
there
oh,
you go.
this is from a,
That's the result from 21, and the Tories
yeah.
were third. There was the abolish the Welsh Assembly's fourth, Welsh Lib Dems fifth, and Reform UK sixth.
And this was particularly a year that Labour were struggling, actually, because in the there was that the same year in which they.
Yes, it was. It was the same year as the very good. There was 2021 was generally a very good year. We forget it now for the Conservatives. There were the county council elections where the Conservatives did very well. It had been about the time of the COVID vaccine bounce, and Boris Johnson was still incredibly popular then. It was the same day as the Hartlepool by-election, which actually had the biggest swing to any governing party ever. It was about 20%, absolutely huge win in Hartlepool for the Conservatives. Labour didn't do too badly in Wales because there was a bit of an incumbency vote for the places. There was sort of, it was during the COVID crisis, and people tended at that time to be quite sympathetic towards whoever was the governing party. So the Tories in England and the SNP in Scotland and Labour in Wales all did reasonably well as a sort of incumbent governments in those countries. But yes, I mean, Labour won it reasonably comfortably. You see sort of 18% majority, 5,000 votes. And of course, the by-elections being caused by the tragically early death of Hefin David, the Welsh Parliament member who passed away tragically, I think the day before his 48th birthday. So it's in fairly tragic circumstances that this election is taking place. And there's 8 candidates standing. Obviously, by-elections tend to get quite a few candidates standing for them. Obviously, the favourites to win are Lil Powell, the Reform candidate, and Lindsay Whittle, the Plaid Cymru candidate. I mean, Lil Powell is quite new to politics, but I have to say hats off to Lindsay Whittle, the Plaid Cymru candidate. He is somebody who's been involved in Caerphilly politics for a very long time. So he was first elected to the predecessor council to Caerphilly in 1976, nearly half a century ago. So he has been around a long time. He was leader of the council. Absolutely. He was leader of the council from 1999 to 2004 and 2008 to 2011. He did briefly serve as a list member for the Welsh Assembly between 2011 and 2015. Now, so I've stood for Hinckley and Bosworth, as you know, for Parliament 5 times, which I thought was quite a sustained effort. But he's actually stood 10 times in Caerphilly election. In fact, here's a fact for you. We'll talk a bit later about, because there's been 3 by-elections previously in Caerphilly. The last one was in 1968, and the Plaid candidate was a guy called Phil Williams. Now, here's a fact. Every Westminster election since 1968, the Plaid candidate has either been Phil Williams or the Plaid candidate today, Lindsay Whittle. Oh, wow. So for 57 years, with the exception of 2015, when he didn't stand, because I think he was the sitting Welsh Assembly member. But basically, in the 57 years since that last by-election in Caerphilly, they've had the same 2 Plaid Cymru candidates at every election since then, bar the 2015 election. So that's some staying power. So I have to say, although obviously we're going to be neutral, I do have to say, if anyone deserves to win for sheer effort, Lindsay Whittle for keeping at it ever since 1983, standing for Parliament here, certainly deserves longevity.
That takes some commitment there. You know, obviously, he obviously must. You know, like you give a good example of the one who defected to the SDP, who realised, I'm not going to win this. I'll go. So was it Basil Basing?
It was Basingstoke.
Yeah,
now,
yeah.
Yes, another fun fact about Basingstoke constituency in Hampshire. It actually had a DUP MP for a short period of time, Democratic Unionist Party, which is quite odd. For how did Basingstoke end up with a DUP MP? Yeah, the Tory MP was a guy called Andrew Hunter, who was a member of the Monday Club, I think, which was quite a notoriously very right-wing Tory group in the 70s and 80s, and briefly in the 2000s, he ends up sitting as the DUP MP for Basingstoke, which was quite Quite an odd political thing there.
I've noticed in the comments that there's been, I think, anyone who is defending Labour, please give a shout out, because I've noticed that the chat is pretty anti-Labour. So obviously, you know, I think that the two main competitors in Wales is probably going to be Plaid Cymru. Certainly in the Welsh Parliament, it's going to be Plaid Cymru or Reform. Obviously, that changes the dynamics of that area, because you've got one party that is very, of Welsh nationalism. Although I think their leader last week said he doesn't want to make independence going into the Welsh Parliament election. He doesn't want to make that a theme or a thing for if Plaid does become, because obviously for anyone who is from America or only really observes Westminster politics, they have, like you said, they have proportional representation. So under its current form, it's got a mixed member system of constituencies and proportional representation. Obviously, going into the next election, it's just going to be purely proportional. So I think unless Plaid somehow breaks the 50% threshold, I don't think they're going to be able to form a government in their own right. But this, unlike the switch from Wales being a liberal sort of hotbed, then it flipped to Labour overnight. This is going to be quite a interesting thing to observe, and I imagine quite a lot of friction in terms of Plaid with its more Welsh nationalism, and Reform, which is more pro-union. I think they don't even have a Welsh leader. I believe I thought they had a Welsh leader in Reform, but apparently that's been vacant since, and it was abolished. I think Tim, I forgot his name now, but I think someone within English Reform did occupy that. So, I'm just thinking if Plaid does manage to win this seat, how likely will this build momentum for them to possibly becoming the largest party in the Welsh Assembly?
I think it's an important contest for Plaid and Reform, because obviously at the moment the indications are that they look like the two parties that are going to be most likely to come first. As you say, it's very unlikely with the PR system that anyone is going to get a majority next year. So the interesting thing will be obviously who does deals with who, because obviously historically there's been quite a lot of bad blood between Labour and Plaid Cymru, in that even though perhaps on some issues they're quite close together, obviously they differ over the nationalism issue. And so there is quite a hostility between the two parties. But, we'll have to see whether they decide to come together to stop a sort of minority reform administration. The indications are tonight from Caerphilly that it's going to be a very bad result for Labour. This is a seat they've won at every election since 1918. The evidence seems to be then not only are they not going to come first for the first time in 100 years, but they're also very unlikely to come second. The indications seem to be they're going to come third. So there has been a constituency poll by Survation in Caerphilly during the election. Now, there's a word of warning that constituency polls can be notoriously not that accurate because they have a small sample. It was just over 300 people, and it can be difficult to get an accurate demographic spread when you're trying to concentrate on people in one constituency. However, the result of that poll was 41% Reform, 38% Plaid, 12% Labour, 4% Tory, 3% Green, 1% Lib Dem. So the indications there. The bad news there for Labour is not only are they third, but third with 12%. That's a pretty, if that is anything like accurate, that is a pretty devastating result. Parties have fallen from first to third in by-elections before. So if you go back to Yeah, you go back to the Major government in 92, 97, the Conservative government then, which was very unpopular before the landslide defeat in 97. There were 3 Tory parliamentary seats where they did come third in by-elections, Eastleigh in 94, Littleborough and Saddleworth in 95, and Perth and Kinross in 95. And they finished third in all of them, but they got between 21 and 25% of the vote. So although they came third, they were still polling reasonably well. If it's
Yeah.
anything like 12% for Labour, that's not very good. And obviously, there's also the risk that they may get squeezed. That obviously in that poll, if it's Reform 41, Plaid 38, then people are going to look at that and think it's going to be a close result, and they've got to come down one way or the other. So it's
talking of squeeze, and I know obviously there's a lot of planning that involves selecting candidates, but it's interesting that Zach Palensky from the Greens has called in favour of Welsh independence, and yet they have a Green MP, a Green candidate, sorry, who, if polls are to believe that poll you mentioned, where it's quite tight between Reform and Plaid Cymru. I just wondered why he was doing that, because surely for any Welsh constituent who might support Welsh independence, that for them might motivate them to go to the Greens, especially if they probably agree more on policy with the Green Party, but want to have Welsh independence. Do you think, if it is a tight contest, how much do you think you would? How much do you hold that kind of responsibility for Zach for saying that? Because if it's by a few votes and a Green gets 1 or 2%, and it's about that, surely Plaid and the Greens would probably have to have some kind of conversation of having some kind of pact if they want to stop. It seems like, I guess, like the anti-Labour or anti-Reform vote.
Yeah, I mean, the Greens have really been sort of out of this race because they were obviously not starting from a very high base. And in by-elections, people tend to look at which of the 2 parties most likely to win, or sometimes 3 parties most likely to win, and anyone else tends to get squeezed out of the race. So although there has been a sort of small increase in the Green vote, it's still very low at sort of 3%. And I think by the looks of it, most potential Green voters are probably voting for Plaid.
Tactically, yeah.
Yeah, it's possible that if it is a few hundred votes in it, they could perhaps say the Greens perhaps cost them it. But I think most people who were sort of vaguely supportive of the Greens probably in this election are going to vote Plaid. If the Greens are down at 3%, it's going to be a very small vote for the Greens. People tend to, in by-elections, coalesce around, say, the 2 main parties, possibly the 3 main parties, which in this one was Plaid and Reform, and originally may have been Labour, but obviously now they've been squeezed right down. I mean, you bring up the Welsh Conservatives there. I mean, obviously, they look like they've done something, but I mean, they're down to about 4%. I mean, they got a reasonable vote in Caerphilly and in some recent elections, but obviously, again, most, I think, voters there are realising that if you're sort of right wing, you're likely to vote for Reform in that seat as the candidate that's most likely to win. In fact, you may have seen there was a video by Mr. Rees-Mogg, who people, of course, rumours are always going around, is he going to defect to Reform or not? Obviously, he's not gone yet, if he ever goes, but he did do a video where he basically implied that people who were Conservative should vote Reform to stop Plaid Cymru. So I think the Conservatives have been on a struggle on this one, really. They're just going to get very heavily squeezed.
It's interesting because we always traditionally see Wales as being sort of anti-Toryism, which normally by convention means they're more progressive, they're left wing, they're anti-conservatism. But obviously, with Reform projected to do quite well, if not take this seat, suggests to me that either that was a myth, and there is that kind of there is that conservatism that has existed in Wales, but maybe they were just unable to voice that by voting Conservatives in past elections, because they might have always been distrustful of the Conservatives, or for other reasons, or there's just been a political mood change in Wales. Obviously, with Welsh Labour being in the Welsh Parliament, that might have intensified that mood more for people to probably, because we have to remember as well, David Cameron did quite well in Wales. I think he managed to
Yes.
get 8 seats at one point in the Westminster election.
Yes, it was interesting that there was that disparity between Scotland and Wales in the Cameron years, in that 1997 the Conservatives lost all their seats in Scotland and Wales. And they only ended up in 2010 winning 1 seat in Scotland. But as you say, they won quite a few seats in Wales. And they were able to be quite competitive in Wales. I mean, they won 11 seats in 2015 as well. They made gains. And yeah, they only came about 9-10 points behind Labour in 2015 in Wales. So there's been a there was also obviously a big Leave vote in Wales. Parts of Wales, obviously South Wales voted fairly heavily Leave. The Wales as a whole voted Leave, and the Conservatives, therefore, obviously did pick up some support from that. And UKIP did well in winning a number of Welsh Assembly members in 2016 as well, including, I think, Neil Hamilton, and obviously Nathan Gill as well, who is getting a bit of fame now as well for what's going on now. And in fact, I think also, well, what was his name? Who the guy who won the Rochester and Stroud by-election for UKIP after he defected, Mark Reckless. I think he ended up in the Welsh Assembly as UKIP as well, after he lost his Westminster seat at the 2015 election. So there's a strong minority right-wing vote in Wales historically, and I think Reform are able to reach perhaps people that the Conservatives couldn't, because of the resistance to what had been seen as sort of the Conservatives' industrial areas and mining areas, and
it's more the brand than probably the policies kind of issue. Like, they might be, I'm conservative, but I don't like the brand, don't like the Conservatives because of legacy of what you've just stated. I think that's perfectly valid. This election's been quite interesting in that it's actually, I remember going on Twitter, and it's generated quite a lot of attention, unusually for a by-election, because they have their own debates, televised debate. And I remember a lot of people saying on Twitter, with mixed opinions, saying, really? I think the perception was it's Americanization of our politics, because in America they love to have their town hall televised debates. I must admit, on gut reaction, I did think that, but then I thought, someone did say to me, "Oh, it's important in Wales. It's probably going to be the last one before the Welsh Assembly, before the Welsh Parliament, I should say." What's your thoughts on that? Like, did you think this by-election would generate such, I won't say enthusiasm, but that might be kind of stretching it a little bit, but such interest?
I'm fairly sure that there have been Westminster parliamentary by-elections where they do regional TV debates. I'm fairly sure, like,
oh, okay.
So at the BBC Sunday Politics show, I'm pretty sure before most Westminster parliamentary by-elections, they do try and get the candidates in for a regional BBC debate. I'm fairly sure they had them for things like Somerton and Frome, Tiverton and Honiton. I'm fairly sure they have had these debates between the candidates. Now, in the old days, actually, you can argue that TV coverage has rather gone down of by-elections, in that if you went back to the sort of early 80s, a lot of parliamentary by-elections, the candidates for each of the main parties were expected to have daily press conferences, and the media would come along and they'd grill the candidates. In fact, there was a guy called Vincent Hanna, who used to be BBC political reporter for Newsnight in the 80s and early 90s. And he became notorious for really hammering candidates in by-elections. And there were a number of by-elections where candidates struggled in some of these press conferences, and it seems to have had an impact on the result. There was the Darlington by-election of 1983, which took place just after Bermondsey. This was a Labour seat where the Conservatives had come a close second, but where the SDP were hoping to gain the seat. The SDP candidate was a guy called Tony Cook. He does a load of press conferences and struggles to perform very well and gets really torn apart. And this seems to have had an impact on the election, because the SDP went in as favourites to win Darlington in 1983, and he ends up coming third, and Labour just hold on to the seat, but they go on to lose it to the Tories a few weeks later in the general election. There were other by-elections, such as Bermondsey in 1983, where Peter Tatchell was the candidate, and he had some quite radical left-wing views on issues, and there's press conferences where he's being really torn into by journalists. And equally, I think the Greenwich by-election in 1987, which had been a safe Labour seat, which Labour expected to win, the candidate Deirdre Wood loses to the SDP. And I think, again, there were various press conferences where she's being strongly criticised for some of the left-wing Labour policies in London. So there is evidence that, in the past, there was, if anything, in the past, there was probably more scrutiny of by-election candidates. What happened was, because parties suddenly realised, candidates are sometimes quite new. If they're new people to politics, they're not long-serving parliamentarians. Being put in front of the press pack at daily press conferences is a stress, and you can make mistakes and things can go wrong. So over the years, those press opportunities have just reduced and reduced and reduced, and often candidates are hidden away. And I know, I can't remember which, but there have been various by-elections in the past where literally the parties have just kept the candidates totally away from any journalists. And when the journalists try to contact them, say, they're spending all their time knocking on doors, speaking to voters, they're not going to talk to you. So there's a lot more shielding of candidates these days, I think, from the press, whereas in the past, if anything, they actually got a lot more of a grilling. But because sometimes it went wrong for them, I think the parties just became much more conservative about not sort of allowing them to be too open to press scrutiny.
Well, I didn't know about the well, that was all new to me. I didn't know that used to be a thing to have televised by-elections, but obviously sort of giving that explain, it kind of makes sense about why the nature of it is. Yeah.
And obviously we're doing this live stream now, but in the past, they always used to be like BBC One by-election programmes. If you go back, I remember in the 1990s, all those big ones that the Conservatives were defending in Newbury and Christchurch and Wirral South and Staffordshire South East, all those ones, all had sort of special by-election programmes. And then over the years, they've sort of disappeared and there's less of them. I remember, if you remember, the big breakthrough for the Lib Dems after 2021 was Chesham and Amersham, that by-election in 2021.
Ooh, yeah.
Well, I remember there wasn't literally no news coverage of it at all. It was literally the TV didn't cover it at all, because I think they were assuming it was going to be an easy Tory win, and then suddenly the Lib Dems gain it. But yes, the coverage of by-elections, if anything, has gone down over the years. There's also a lot less of them. In the past, MPs didn't tend to live as long, probably had a less healthy lifestyle. Also, prime ministers were quite keen to sort of send people to the Lords or to become High Court judges or to other jobs. And therefore, the number of by-elections that took place began to decline. But sort of in the 50s and 60s, there were lots of them.
I'm just going to stop you there. So there's this guy named Mike Yorkshire Dales. Now, for some reason, sorry, people, I don't know how to get rid of him. So, Michael, either behave yourself or just leave the room. You don't have to be trolling. Like, just act like a grown-up, okay? Sorry about that, Michael. There's this guy who's just BBC, P-word, all that.
Oh, right.
I can't chuck him out. I don't know how to chuck him out at the moment.
So is his argument just about don't pay the TV license? Okay.
Yeah, well, yeah. So sorry, guys, who are chatting sensibly in the chat. And I know there are Reform people out there. I would like to know actually why you voted for Reform, because obviously there's people who've had reasons to vote for Reform. and I think that can't be ignored. So, if any Reform voters are out there, because I've seen them and they've been very, very good in the chat, but then you've got this Mike guy who's just been a bit of a noob. So there we go. He's calmed down now. Right. So anyway, lost my trail of thought now. I'm just gonna have a quick look at the chat. So let's have a look. Let's have a skim read through. And thanks everyone for chatting. I'm sorry I've not really been observing. That Mike guy really distracted me throughout most of it.
Well, he's obviously a fan of Lee Anderson, wasn't he? Didn't he? One of his shticks at Reform conferences is to stand up there and rip up his TV license or something, isn't it? His BBC.
I mean, I'll be honest. I mean, Mike, I don't have a TV license, so I don't really know why you're saying that to me, because I actually don't, and that's not because I'm anti-BBC. It's just the fact that I don't really watch television. Well, that's my reason. I did actually, before we went on, I did look, because again, you mentioned about it's not really covered these days. And I thought, we've had these TV debates. It's been talked a lot about. I thought, maybe the BBC might run a special coverage of this, because they have done in the past. I think I remember they ran special coverages of by-elections on BBC One, or at least on BBC. Maybe I probably should have looked at BBC News. But I looked and I couldn't find it. So it does seem like it does seem like in today's political culture, people do just not really want to pay attention to these by-elections. And I was going to get a TV license purely for the purpose of possibly streaming it. Obviously, you got to be a little bit careful, guys, because I do not want the BBC to try to strike me. So.
I think there is a Radio Wales coverage, so I think BBC Radio Wales is covering it.
Okay. So, well, maybe we can dip into that at some point. Right. So, Michael, we promised we were going to have a navigate through social media. Perhaps you can direct me. Where do you think I should go next? So, to start with, I'll give Welsh Conservatives credit. At least that's an actual graphic. So that gets my thumb of approval. I don't know what that Welsh Labour one was. I feel like it was meant to be parody, but you just.
I think probably just trying to get a bit of attention, wasn't it? I think, yeah.
I don't think it worked well for him.
I think it was one of those that they may have thought it was a good idea, but it didn't. It didn't quite work that way.
Yeah. So where do you think I should go, Michael? Because I'm relying on.
There's BBC Wales. You could look at that. See what their coverage is if they're looking at it. I think Labour to lose by-election, says multiple party sources on there. That's probably not a surprise. There you go. That's the coverage of it. Special live programme on.
I'll have to dig out. Might have to actually make an account then. There we go.
So Labour are calling they're going to lose it, which is probably not surprising. If you're polling 12% in a constituency poll in third place, even if they're a bit notoriously bad, the chances of holding on is pretty slight.
And that's from Labour sources. Is that
the BBC saying Labour's set to lose the Caerphilly by-election according to multiple sources within the party, and that's BBC Wales that are putting it on their news page. BBC News Wales. There's a live counting starts in Caerphilly as Labour sources admit defeat. There you go. It's just there.
There we go. There we go. Live updates from Mike Yorkshire Dale's favourite place to go.
Yeah, they're saying it should be close between Reform and
probably hurting his eyes. Sorry, Michael. What did you say?
They're also saying Plaid and Reform say it'll be close, so that sort of reflects what the polls were saying.
It has gone quite competitive. This how do you? Oh, thank you, Hueno. 5973. How do you think a Plaid reform might affect the campaigning for May? Interesting question. And by the way, if you've got questions, because me and Michael are going to be doing this throughout the night until declaration. Although I must say, I am meant to be appearing on Matthew Holbert, our good friend's pod, at 11 a.m. So I think if we don't get a result by 3:30, I think I am going to have to dip out because I'm going to need some bed rest to actually.
I've got to work tomorrow as well, so I don't want to be staying too late. I think Caerphilly was one of the early declarers at the last election, so hopefully it will be the sort of early hours when it declares.
Does it get particularly high turnout? Because I know traditionally in Welsh parliaments, they don't particularly get as high turnout as, say, the Scottish parliament, I should say.
No, and I mean, in terms of Caerphilly, I mean, it's different boundaries, but the Westminster turnout was only 52.7% last year, which I know the general election as a whole wasn't a massive turnout anyway. But only to get just over half the electorate's turnout at a Westminster general election is pretty low.
And how did Labour do in that?
The sort of word of caution is I don't think the boundaries are exactly the same between the Welsh Parliament and the British Parliament, but it's a reasonable overlap. So basically, in 2019, the Conservatives had come second, so they'd done reasonably well with 28% to 45% for Labour. 2024, Labour actually goes down to 38%. Labour took a bit of a hit in Wales at the last general election, even though they were doing well nationally, because I think there was some unpopularity with the Labour administration in Wales. So they go down 38%. Lindsay Whittle, who's the Plaid candidate today, went up to second place with 21%. Reform got 20%. So as you can see, it's pretty close. The Tory vote fell back heavily from 28% to 11%. So yeah, it was pretty close between Plaid and Reform, and Labour were even then, on the day of their landslide, trending downwards in Caerphilly, which is a pretty bad sign for them.
Which was obviously in the last election, that was part of Labour's strategy. I think their strategy was to make sure because in safe seats they dropped quite a lot, but their strategy was to just do well in those poorly targeted areas.
They did. And I think there was some talk at one point, of course, of what's his name, Rishi Sunak, being worried about losing his seat. But I'm not sure whether Rishi Sunak actually ended up with a higher majority than Starmer. He was majority actually when Starmer's majority plunged because he had this independent Andrew Feinstein who stood against it. And there he is as Prime Minister, and his majority plunges downwards. And Rishi Sunak did okay. But it is a trend that doomed party leaders tend to do quite well in their own seats. I won't bore everyone by going through them all, but actually, if you look back, whether it was William Hague in 2001, got a very big swing in Richmond. Major in 97 had a very low swing against him in Huntingdon. Jim Callaghan had a low swing against him in Cardiff in 79. Michael Foot in 83 and Neil Kinnock in 87 had some of the best results in their constituencies for Labour. So doomed party leaders tend to do quite well in their own constituency, which, maybe it's the people who know them best like them more than the general public who only get a sort of general impression of them. But there's one of those odd political facts. But Caerphilly's had... Oh, sorry, carry on.
No, go for it. While you carry on, I'm actually going to see about... Yes, I think I can. Just going to set myself up. I'm just going to set an account up to get some actual live reaction video. So yeah, carry on, Michael.
I was going to say there's actually been 3 parliamentary by-elections in Caerphilly in the past. 1921, 1939 and 1968, because I know part of it was we're going to look historically at Welsh by-elections, so I thought we'd start with the Caerphilly ones.
Oh, go for it, yeah.
So the by-election of 1921, obviously Labour win them in all three because they've won every election since 1918. But it was actually the first parliamentary election fought by a political movement. I would generally say a fairly negative political movement. Others might have different views, which was very popular in a lot of countries, but which never really broke through in Britain, which was the Communist Party of Great Britain. First ever Communist Party candidate in a parliamentary election was in Caerphilly in 1921.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
and they were formed about, I think, about 1920 from various socialist factions. And so they stand in 1921 in Caerphilly. The candidate's a guy called Bob Stewart. He actually spends the first part of the by-election campaign in jail because he got arrested on a miners' demonstration. He doesn't do bad. He comes third with 10% of the vote, but not too bad for a first go. In those days, it was a lost deposit.
But it's worth remembering that back in those days, you could be in prison and actually stand.
Well, yes, there's the famous, obviously, when we talk about historic Welsh by-elections, we may mention Carmarthen and Gwynfor Evans, but he may have actually indirectly inspired the Northern Irish hunger strikers, and the most famous probably prisoner to get elected to Westminster was Bobby Sands, who in 1981 was an IRA prisoner in the Maze prison on hunger strike. And he wins the by-election, and then he starves himself to death as part of the IRA hunger strike. And there's actually a second election in Fermanagh in South Tyrone where he stood, which again was won by Sinn Féin as part of the hunger strike campaign. But he actually, this Bob Stewart actually started his political career before he stood for the Communists in Caerphilly. He'd actually been a member of the Scottish Prohibition Party in Dundee. And we often think about prohibition as being a big thing in American politics, but there was actually a Prohibition Party in Britain. And yes, and so here's a fact for you. The Dundee Prohibitionist Party gained 2 seats at the 1924 general election. And one of the people the Prohibitionist Party beat, because it was in those days, there were double seats, so Dundee elected 2 MPs. One of the MPs they defeated was a future Prime Minister. So as a sort of trivia question for you, which future Prime Minister loses his seat to the Prohibition Anti-Alcohol Party in 1924 in Dundee?
You said a former, or were they still
future? He's going to be Prime Minister some years down.
It's not can't be Churchill.
Yes, there you go.
Hey!
Here's the irony. A man who was known for drinking a fair bit, but who said, what did he say? He said, I've taken more out of alcohol than alcohol's taken out of me. But he ironically loses his seat to the Scottish Prohibition Party. So there you go. Churchill lost to the Prohibitionists. I'm not sure what it is about Dundee and anti-alcohol, but a politician who was also to be quite well known for standing in by-elections, whose political career began in Dundee and who always says he's never drunk any alcohol, was George Galloway. You may remember. So he started off as a Labour councillor in Dundee. And he fought a by-election when he stood in Bradford West in 2012 and wins the seat. He says, I'm not a Muslim, but I've never drunk alcohol. And he basically says he's a better Muslim than the Labour candidate, implying the Labour candidate had drunk alcohol. But yeah,
I'm assuming was a practicing Muslim himself. Okay.
Yes, although Galloway wins and then goes on to lose his seat, which is obviously the pattern, because he then wins Rochdale and loses it.
Yeah.
As well. But yes, so this Bob Stewart was the Communist candidate in Caerphilly in 1921, started in the Scottish Prohibition Party, which defeated Churchill. There you go, in Dundee.
There we go.
Yeah.
Well, I've for later. I have managed to get into BBC Wales. So,
right.
And
so
Welsh.
Yeah.
they have translations? Because I think they do bilingual things. I think it's I want to say, I'm not too sure, but like I said to Michael, I have dyslexic tendencies, and I said try learning Latin and Gaelic for someone who had a Catholic mum with also Irish heritage. So you can imagine what a nightmare that was. Sorry, Michael, you were saying?
So there was the second by-election in Caerphilly is in 1939, which goes 68% Labour, 32% Conservative, not surprisingly. Although the losing Tory candidate in that election is a guy called Ronald Bell, who goes on to become the Conservative MP for Beaconsfield. And
Okay.
he passes away in 1982 and causes the Beaconsfield by-election, which is the first seat contested by a future prime minister who doesn't win. So which prime minister's political career started in the Beaconsfield by-election of 1982?
I was not expecting it to be a quiz.
20 questions.
Another future prime minister? No. What 1930?
So it's 1982. So Bell stands in Beaconsfield in Caerphilly by-election in 1939. He doesn't win, obviously, because it goes Labour, but he does become the MP for Beaconsfield. He dies and this lasts a long time. He dies in 1982 and causes a by-election then. And a future prime minister stands as the Labour candidate in there's the clue for you, Labour candidate in the Beaconsfield by-election in 1982. So you can now probably guess who it was.
I want to say, it can't be Will. No, it wasn't. No, it can't be.
So he's a future prime minister. He stands in the 1982 by-elect. That's the clue. 1982.
I don't think it is.
No, because it's later. So it's Tony Blair. So Tony Blair stands in the. He loses deposit, Tony Blair. It takes place during the Falklands War because the Liberal Alliance were originally thinking they had a good chance of winning it because Paul Tyler is the candidate in that by-election for the Liberals, who'd been the MP for Bodmin for the Liberals in 74 and wins the same seat, North Cornwall, again in 92. But yes, so that seat was fought by Ronald Bell, who the 1939 Caerphilly by-election, who goes on to become the MP for Beaconsfield, and him dying gives Tony Blair the chance to stand in a hopeless seat, which then gives him the opportunity to stand in a safe seat in Sedgefield in 83, and obviously he goes on then to be Labour leader and prime minister.
And for the audience, this is how it will appear on screen. I think because I am mindful it's the BBC, I will dip in and out. So whenever something interesting comes up, I will pop it back on screen. But I just thought I would share that because Sedgefield's quite an interesting one. I know obviously we're talking about Caerphilly and it's the Welsh elections, but Sedgefield's quite interesting because that was one where it was a contest between Blair and someone who was from the who actually formed the socialist campaign movement in the Labour Party, and Blair managed to get himself selected. And this was, I think, when Michael Foot was leader. So you'd think under those circumstances, he had like a sort of footing in that, yeah.
So this was Les Huckfield, I think, who'd been the MP for Nuneaton, which had been a safe Labour seat. I think he got a bit, so he won it by about 17,000 votes in 74. It goes down to about 7,000 in 79. And there's boundary changes, and Nuneaton goes Tory in 83. So he basically goes on. I think he must have gone on the chicken run. He does eventually, I think, end up getting elected as an MEP somewhere. And Les Huckfield, and he tries to get selected in a by-election sometime in the mid-80s, but basically the NEC says, well, because you're an MEP, you can't stand. So that's the sort of excuse, I think, that the Labour leadership used to stop him standing. But yes, that was his opponent in Sedgefield, and he was very lucky to get that very safe seat in what was a pretty bad year for Labour. And of course, Cherise. I'm sorry, carry on.
Oh no, I
was going to say Cherie was ahead of him. She got selected for Thanet South earlier. Cherie Booth, Blair, his wife.
Yeah.
And I think there'd been some agreement whereby whoever was sort of the most successful would go on to sort of have the political career. And obviously, in a bad year for Labour, Thanet South goes Tory, whereas he gets Sedgefield and
Or
gets
if
elected.
or if you believe what I think they often came from their political opponents, but if you believe what people say, it was Sherry and Hillary Clinton. They were the real people behind the threat. You know, I don't know if that's how
Well,
true that is, or if that's just kind of veiled sexism.
it's an interesting story. 1983, there's a big rally in Margate for Cherie Booth's campaign. And the guest speaker is Tony Benn.
Okay.
And Tony Blair's in the audience. Now, Cherie Booth's father-in-law was Tony Booth, who was famous, I think, for being in Sickness and in Health and Till Death Us Do Part. I think was he up against Alf Garnett. He was the
Yeah,
sort
yeah.
of out with Alf Garnett.
He was the
He was a
lefty student.
famous,
Yeah.
yeah. And she, in a speech, says something like, there are two Tonys who I admire most in politics. And Tony Blair is in the audience. And she says, my father-in-law, Tony Booth, and Tony Benn, who's on the platform. So there you go. And she doesn't mention Tony Blair, although obviously later on, I guess she may have changed her mind. But yeah, that was in the early 80s when Tony Benn obviously was a very big major figure, nearly wins the deputy leadership of the Labour Party in 1981.
Yes, which speaking of deputy Labour leaderships, there's one tomorrow. The results get declared for that. We were going to possibly do that, but I've sort of, unfortunately, my hands are a little bit tied, and I've got a busy day tomorrow. I'm doing the pod with Matthew and Chris, and I'm also going to watch a theatre play, which, well. It was kind of them, but they kind of brought a ticket without asking me because I didn't reply within 1 hour. So there you go. But I said, as long as I'm not paying the ticket, I'll go. You've mentioned 2 by-elections now. So you said there's a third? Maybe
third,
if you want to...
1968, yeah. So this is during the Wilson government, which... Howard Wilson. He wins the 66 election with a 100-odd seat majority, and then it sort of begins to go badly wrong. And the first by-election, I think, after that 1966 win is actually in Carmarthen, which we can talk about later if we're talking about as the time goes on and we've got more time before the declaration from Caerphilly. We can probably talk about Carmarthen because it is one of the big Welsh parliamentary by-elections. Which they lose to Plaid Cymru. Labour do. It's the first time I think they lose a parliamentary by-election to Plaid Cymru, which they lose to Gwynfor Evans. And they have a whole series of really bad results. So there's another Welsh by-election in Rhondda West, which has traditionally been a very safe Labour seat, which they nearly lose to Plaid Cymru. And so and they're losing seats like Glasgow Pollock to the Conservatives and Hamilton to the SNP. So it's a really bad time. And they have this by-election in Caerphilly in 1968, and they're defending a 21,000 majority over the Conservatives. Plaid had been third at the previous election. I think they'd lost their deposit. And there's a 29% swing from Labour to Plaid Cymru, which usually would mean it would change hands. But because obviously it was so safe, Labour and Plaid were starting from a very low base, they just miss out. So they get it down from 21,000 to 2,000. And as I say, that election was fought by Phil Williams. And since 1968, there's only been 2, apart from 2015, 2 people stood for Plaid Cymru in Caerphilly at general elections. Phil Williams and the Plaid candidate tonight, who may or may not become the AM. Or
he may be the next member of the Welsh Parliament. Yeah, I guess that would definitely change the dynamics of that if Plaid, if Plaid does manage to get this victory. I guess, I'm just sort of free rolling here, my own thoughts. I just wonder how much of it would be a rejection of Labour, kind of a protest moment, or whether they are looking at Plaid and think they seem like a credible, or even Reform, because it's not guaranteed. It is a tight contest between Plaid.
No, good stuff. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, see as a credible force for possibly forming the next Welsh government.
Yeah, I mean, the problem Labour have got, and it's similar to the problem with the Conservatives have got, is, you've got the two established party, Labour and the Conservatives, who are sort of fighting battles on two fronts and losing them on two fronts, in that, the Conservatives are losing support to Reform, but also in a lot of places in the southeast they're losing support to the Lib Dems. Equally, the Labour Party is losing support to Reform, less so direct switches of support, but Reform are picking up votes and challenging them in Labour areas. And also to the left, which in this case is Plaid Cymru, but in other places, the Greens, Lib Dems, or, depending on if it gets launched, how it goes, the Your Party, Jeremy Corbyn, Zara Sultana Party. So the problem with the Labour Party's got is, and this is really the thing that makes it so damaging to Labour, is it's losing on two fronts. If it was just a traditional, traditional, they're just losing to the Tories, it wouldn't be so bad. But they're losing it both to the right and to the left. And if the vote is anything like 12% in a seat, which which the poll was saying it would be, which in a seat they've held at every election since 1918, that is, dreadful.
Because under a two-party system, you can just, or even a two-party, but with like a strong third force, which, for historically it was the Liberal Party of old, and then what became the Lib Dems. But now we live in such a multi-party system now. It makes it really hard for Labour, like you said, the two fronts. It makes it really hard for Labour to try and navigate a direction. So I completely agree with you, Mike. I think for political analysts, it makes it difficult for Labour analysts, because it is like the question: is it a rejection of Westminster Labour, or is it a rejection of the Welsh Labour and the Welsh Assembly? It just cannot come at when they're both quite unpopular in their own areas.
Exactly. Well,
yeah.
This is the problem, that people will, if the people are unhappy, and most people are unhappy at the moment with how things are going, they're going to say, well, you're running Westminster, you've run Wales since 1999, Labour's to blame. And that's the challenge they've got, that they are the establishment, and they are going to get the blame at a time when people are not happy with how things are going.
Docksider put an interesting comment. So thank you, Docksider. The Labour Party in Wales is divided not on grounds of ideology, but on Welsh and British lines, with members of the Senate, hope I've done that right, I hope I said that right, being pro more devolution, and Labour MPs at Westminster being against. So that's quite an interesting observation and comment. Thank you, Docksider. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting actually looking at the history of Wales, that whereas in Scotland there was a lot of support for devolution, in Wales there's been less so. So if you go back to the 1979 referendum, so Wales and Scotland are both given referendums on a Scottish Parliament and Scottish Assembly and a Welsh Assembly. The result in Scotland goes yes, Scotland votes for a Scottish Assembly, but because in the referendum bill, an amendment had been put in by anti-devolution Labour MPs. It said that 40% of the entire electorate, so all the voters on the electoral roll, had to vote in favour, as well as 50% plus of those who voted. And because the turnout wasn't high enough, basically, I think it went about 32% to 30% of the electorate voted for the Scottish Parliament. So it was below 40%. So it fell. Which is why the SNP were really annoyed and vote down the Labour government and usher in Thatcher and the general election, because to be fair to them, they were fairly annoyed that they effectively won the referendum, but through this sort of procedural.
Well, you won, but not quite enough.
Yeah, they've been denied Scottish Assembly. Of course, the irony is they then usher in a government, and there's no Parliament or Assembly in Scotland until the 97 referendum and the 99 Parliament, and they have to live under 18 years of Tory government that they never vote for in any of the elections between 79 and 97. There's a referendum in Wales on the same day in 1979, and Neil Kinnock campaigns against Welsh devolution, as do a lot of other Labour politicians. And I think the result,
Interesting.
Yeah, the result of that referendum in 79 was something like 80% no, 20% yes to Welsh devolution. It's absolutely massive.
Wow, resounding.
Absolutely. And then even in 1997, when they rerun the Welsh Assembly referendum, Scotland votes. So there's the two referendums after Labour get in. There's the referendum in Scotland, which goes three. There you go. There's the result. Yes, 20.26, 79.
Bang on the money, Michael. Yeah.
Yeah, I am a sad anorak. I know. Yeah. Yes. And it does mention Neil Kinnock there as well. And Islington South's George Cunningham, who ends up defecting to the SDP and gets beaten by Chris Smith by 363 votes in Islington South in 1983. One of the closest results in that election.
You're just a machine for this. Not
I know.
great.
I need
good
to
in the pub
get a
quiz.
life.
Michael, I can't comment because I am currently.
You're almost an anorak as well. Yes, you're 11 o'clock at
11
night
in the
talking about the
evening.
Caerphilly.
Most people will be
Welsh
watching
Parliament
Love Island or some stuff like that. No, I will be. I mean, I go watch all you. This is how sad I am, Michael. I'll watch old election broadcasts.
Absolutely.
I'm not. This is where half my audience suddenly go. They're like, "No, that's too much."
Well, indeed, there's a lot of those old by-election programs from the 80s and 90s are on YouTube. So Glasgow Hill Head's on there, the one that Roy Jenkins wins. Bermondsey is Dudley West, which Labour take with a 29% swing in 1994. So yeah. They're all on it. But so the Welsh Assembly, so in 1997, there's another referendum. Scotland votes 75-25 for Scottish Parliament. It's overwhelming. They have a second question actually on whether the Scottish Parliament should be allowed tax varying powers or not. And such is the support for the Scottish Parliament that even that question goes through about 65-35. But in Wales on the same day, and I remember watching the Welsh Assembly referendum in September 97, it is like 50.2% or something in favour, 49.8. It's a really close result. And and I remember watching it. Everyone was talking as if Welsh Assembly was going to be voted down because the no vote was ahead until literally the last result, which I think was Carmarthenshire, which came through with a huge yes vote to the Welsh Assembly. So it just goes through. But it very nearly votes no. And considering that this was September 97, when Tony Blair's at like 98% in the polls or whatever, it's like Tony Blair's real most popular ever. He's there pushing the Welsh Assembly. And even he can only get that very narrow vote in favour.
I mean, they did try. I mean, Tony Blair loved having referendums. I mean, people always think of like they think of the Scottish and Welsh referendums, and obviously the European referendum. These big, and other Scottish independence as well. These big life-changing referendums. But we do forget he had referendums on mayors. Referendums on English devolution. In which the English devolution didn't get as much excitement and was just flatly rejected. Just a couple of comments before I let you carry on, Michael. The results, we're expecting them to be 3 a.m. That's what we're hoping for. But obviously, if it's a tight contest, then it might go. My clock off point's 3:30. That's when I'm going to have to do a hard no. Going to have to go to bed. But we're hoping it'll be around the 3 a.m. benchmark. And someone mentioned, Docksider, thank you again. While the Welsh devolution referendum of 2011 gave him a chance of 63%, it just shows
indeed.
That kind of.
Yeah, that was an interesting referendum because it happens under the Conservative government and it's for expanding the powers of the Welsh Assembly. So yeah, I think certainly now, I mean, there has been this party, the Abolish the Welsh Assembly Party, which has picked up some votes in the past, but I don't think anyone now is seriously going to talk about abolishing it now that it's there. It's very much more established, but it was certainly a tough fight to get devolution in Wales. And there was resistance among quite a lot of the Labour Party. Even in '97, there were some Labour people who were against the Welsh Assembly. But yeah, Tony Blair's referendum. So of course he had one on the London Assembly and London Mayor, which went through, and then there was also, as you mentioned, the devolution to the north of England, wasn't there? Which
yes, John Prescott pretty much was the public figure.
He was
of that campaign. And it just got really flatly rejected by the public in those.
I seem to remember that Labour did sort of automated phone calls from John Prescott saying, but they sent them at about 4 a.m, so people were getting phone calls, automated messages from John Prescott about 4 a.m.
That alone would convince me to vote no on it.
I
support
the Assembly for the North. Yes. Yeah. Of course, the referendums he didn't have in the end were on the euro, which he wanted, but couldn't get Gordon Brown and others to agree with.
His economic tests, though, which
indeed, the 5 economic tests, which was really just about stopping having a referendum.
Just blocking it, really.
And then, of course, voting reform, because Roy Jenkins had been commissioned to do a study on voting reform, and I think recommended a form of AV, alternative vote, and it was supposed to go to a referendum, but it never happened. But there's another question now. Maybe Labour now might become more sympathetic towards voting reform, given, what their national position's like. We can but hope. Yeah. Obviously, the Labour conference did vote for it, but Keir Starmer seems to set himself against it.
Yeah, well, I mean, the Labour conference voted for it, and sort of weather-vane Starmer, as I like to call him now, seemed to once in favour, then decide. I mean, the irony, we had a Tory MP who recently did, I forget his name now, but I do follow Make Votes Matter, and they recently, or he's going to be in a panel speaking in favour of proportional representation. Now, if I'm being quite cynical here, I think is it because of how bad you're doing in the polls, or is it actually out of principle? But you know what? I ain't going to knock it because I support actual reform. So I'm not going to knock him down too much. But because I think, we are basically, in our current politics, we are seeing the sort of death of the Tories, certainly the way it's going, but also possibly the death of the Labour Party. And we are
absolutely,
and no party seems to be commanding a huge level of support base. It's a very fractious electorate, with, like you said earlier, about people going to going Reform, going Lib Dem, going Green, and not any of them even breaking the 30% benchmark in current polls.
No, was the Tory, and was it Nigel Evans?
Yep, that's the guy.
It was Nigel Evans. So now he, talking about Welsh parliamentary by-elections, he was his career. Well, his career started in Wales. He was a candidate in, I think, the Pontypridd election way back in sort of 1989, I think, and he I think only just saved his deposit, that one. Yeah, he came third in that. Then he stood in the night. Now here's a case of somebody who can fail and then goes on to succeed. He was the candidate in the Ribble Valley by-election of 1991, which was just after John Major had taken over, and they'd kept to the poll tax. He hadn't quite got rid of it.
Right.
Yes, and the MP had been David Waddington, which was one of the last times, I think the last time that Tory government sent somebody to the Lords. He'd been Home Secretary, I think, and they sent him to become leader of the House of Lords. So it causes a by-election, which the Lib Dems win on a 21% swing. which I think also accelerates the abolition of the poll tax, because obviously they realise it's a vote loser. He gains it back again in 92 and holds it actually until last year, which he lost it to Labour. But yeah, it is significant that a Conservative is supporting fair votes. Interestingly, long forgotten, if you go back to the 1970s, there was probably more support for electoral reform in the Conservative Party than there was in the Labour Party. So in the 1970s, there's obviously this time of real worry amongst a lot of Conservatives that a lot of sort of left-wing Labour Party could get into power. The Labour Party wins the October 74 election with less than 40% of the vote, gets elected on a very left-wing platform of sort of nationalising the top 25 companies, although they never actually carry it out, which
I think there's a joke that Dennis Healy said, "What, we're going to nationalise Marks and Spencers?"
Well, indeed, and he makes some comment about it being wouldn't, if you nationalise Marks and Spencers, it would only be as good as the Co-op or something. He makes some joke which sends Tony Ben ballistic. Is there something about saying Marks and Spencers nationalised would be like the Co-op? I'm not making any comments on any supermarkets here anyway, but that's what
as a regular shopper of both, they're both equally good in my eyes.
They do, yeah. But so there's a lot of Tories in the 70s who do support electoral reform. So sort of Ian Gilmore, who was a Tory cabinet member in the 80s, he supports electoral reform. And there's quite a lot of push for it. But then obviously when they start winning landslides in 83 and 87, the sort of Conservatives go off it, and Labour become a bit more sympathetic towards voting reform.
Yeah, and and obviously for European audiences, they're probably very baffled about our electoral system. You know, probably only Americans could sort of understand it, but for European audiences, it's quite natural in those countries. Like, it's like nothing. I can't think of a conservative European party that would say, "Oh, we're going to get rid of proportional representation." You know, I think a lot of European citizens would just be in uproar and say, "Well, you know, this has been." The settlement when it comes to votes, all votes should count, all votes should be weighed equally or as much as they can. Obviously, there's different systems, but it's interesting that you know, we're having quite a prominent Tory MP, because, like you said, it was something that was, you know, it had its fringes within the Tory party of the 70s, but now to have someone you know, come out so publicly backing for proportional representation. I mean, like I said, I mean, I'm not going to knock the guy. I am a bit cynical because I think, oh, you know, now you decide to agree on it, but maybe that's always been his personal view. Maybe I need to look into more into his background.
Yeah, so talking about European elections and proportional representation. So the first European elections in Britain was 1979, and we then fought them under first past the post. There were these enormous Euro constituencies that were like 250,000 people, more than that, I think 300,000 or 400,000 people that elected one MEP. And you remember there was the Lib Lab Pact in the 1970s, and one of the issues where that nearly breaks down is David Steele basically asked Jim Callaghan to have PR for the European elections that are coming along in 1979. And I think Callaghan in the end can only offer a free vote on it. And it loses. But yeah, it gets, I think a number of Tories and Labour and Liberals do vote for it, but it gets voted down. So yeah, I mean, there has been support in the past for PR, and I think now it just makes sense. If you're the Conservative Party and you're polling 17-18%, but you might only end up with 50 seats, actually under a PR system, you'll get a lot more seats. So you might as well, you know, cynically in the Conservative self-interest to probably back PR.
Yeah, and I just think we are just living in a very multi-party system. I think, and again, you know, it speaks of my liberal instincts anyway. I do believe, you know, sort of cooperation is good for the country, so coalitions, you then try and you can't get everything you want, but you do deals with like-minded parties, or even as practiced in Germany, you have grand coalitions. So situations where actually, and I think actually they often produce the best governments in Germany. I think actually those grand coalitions, as much as both sides tend to get frustrated by it, I think they tend, in German history, they tend to have been often the most successful. I think actually the last one with, the last one before she won outright with the FDP. I think Angela Merkel and Gerhard Schroeder managed to do quite a successful coalition. So much so that it actually propelled her party, and that's the kind of. But that's just the reality of coalitions. Or one party, even if the good policies come from the other party, it's always the ones with the biggest partner in that government tend to do well. I'm just I'm going to. I've just decided to. I'm going to have I've decided to do the hashtag Caerphilly by-election. I don't know if people use hashtags anymore. Like it kind of dropped in favour these days. So I'm just going to have a little look on that. But Michael, just thinking.
So we've got also, I'd also say that as well as the Caerphilly election, we've also got 7 council by-elections tonight as well. So that's something else. There's a couple of Conservative seats in Fenland, in Norfolk.
Michael, settle this question for me, because I'm sure there's going to be some in the audience who agree with me. Why is it on a Thursday?
So they're not always on a Thursday. It's not always been on a Thursday.
You're the by-election and election.
So elections have not all. They've not always been on a Thursday. It's one of those things where it's become a trend, but it's not always been the case. It's only every general election since 1931 that's been held on a Thursday. And in the early part of the 20th century, the elections were staggered. So we often talk about who was the last prime minister to lose their seat in a general election, a sitting prime minister. And I mean, I suppose he'd sort of officially given up, but I think Balfour loses his seat in Arthur Balfour in the landslide of 1906 loses his seat in Manchester, but then he manages to find another seat a week later to get elected for. So
wow.
So
like in Canada recently.
Yeah, so elections.
The leader of the opposition, I should say, he lost his seat, but he's still. I think he's still leader of the Canadian Conservatives, but I don't think he's actually still got a seat yet, from what I last remember.
There have been elections that have taken place on different days, and even now, occasionally, you see council by-elections that take place on other days. And in theory, an election can be held on any day other than a Sunday, but it's rare. It's rare not to. There were 2 by-elections that were held on Wednesdays.
Okay.
In recent years, Manchester Exchange in 1973. I'm not sure why that was, but Hamilton in 1978. Now, apparently, the reason why the Hamilton by-election in 1978 was held on a Wednesday was that the World Cup started on the Thursday, and Scotland had, and I think one up for the Scots on it. I think Scotland qualified for the 78 World Cup and we didn't, or something, and it was a big thing. Yes, and and so they delay the Hamilton. They have the Hamilton by-election in 1978 a day early, which the SNP had hoped to gain because they'd won a Hamilton by-election in the 60s from Labour, but actually Labour hold it in 1978, which was another one of the reasons why people were trying to push Callaghan to have an early election in 78, because he gets this surprise win in Hamilton. But so there's no. there's no definite rule that it has to be done on a Thursday, but it's one of those things which are just become a habit, basically.
Do you know who decides on this? Because if it's not if it's not, I'm assuming based on those comments, it's not in the law. Is it just to decide by the electoral commission?
Yeah, I think with turning off, I think basic council staff generally decide to do it.
Oh.
I mean, the general elections of 1918, 22, 24, and 31 were held on other days.
But why a Thursday? Why a Thursday? It's like the most god awful day to want to like.
Well, indeed, you'd think that weekends.
But then all you're doing is going a few steps to. I mean, people.
And of course, lots of people now vote by post, which is a lot easier now than it used to be. Postal votes were very difficult to get in the past. Only about 2 or 3% of people voted by post until sort of Labour eased up the rules on it in the sort of late 90s, and now it's sort of 15 to 20% of the electorate are postal voters.
Let's see. I'm just going to have a quick scan of what social media is doing. Oh, these are quite old. Oh God, can I? Latest. Let's go with latest. Let's get the latest up there. Now, I do apologise, people. I am a bit of a lefty liberal, so there might be people that. Well, I've done it in latest, so it should really prioritise on those ones. Close. It's again, like I said earlier, the kind of interest of this particular election is kind of it's kind of thrown me off a little bit. I go because there's so much of the significance this can play for either the victors or the losers. Do you think Labour their vote's going to be as bad as they think think it is, third place?
So the poll's suggesting 12%. Now,
how reliable can we trust?
Yeah, but again, we're not necessarily sure because it is a poll of only just over 300 people, and by-election polls can be wrong. I'd say two things on this. Firstly, in a low turnout election, and I'm not saying it's massively low, but it'd be lower than a general, the postal vote is much more significant. And therefore, if a party is able to get its supporters on postal votes, and that's usually the established party in an area. So if Labour's been the winning party in Caerphilly for as long as it has, then you would imagine that they may have got a lot of their strongest supporters on the postal vote, and they would have cast the vote a couple of weeks ago, perhaps before the poll came out and things. So there may be an argument that Labour will overperform on the postal vote. And therefore do better because as the established party, they'll have got their supporters signed up to postal votes in a way in which the other parties perhaps haven't done. The other way of saying that perhaps the 12% an exaggerated vote for Labour and that it might be lower is, of course, the squeeze effect, that people just look at the polls and show that it's so close between Labour and between Plaid Cymru and Reform that Labour voters vote tactically because of that. Constituency polls can make a difference to election results. So Greenwich in 1987, the Conservatives had come second in that seat to Labour at the previous general election in 1983. And the Labour candidate was quite left-wing. So there were a lot of people looking to vote against the Labour candidate. And I think about a week before the poll, the Newsnight produced a poll which shows the SDP in second ahead of the Conservatives. And there's a bit of a spat at the press conference between Angela Rumbold, who I think was the Tory running the campaign, and Vincent Hanna from Newsnight, where she basically says, "Oh, it's a dodgy poll, it's absolute rubbish." And I think he threatens to say, "Oh, well, I'll sue you for saying that," or whatever. But actually, the poll has an effect because it helps produce a bandwagon showing the SDP in second. They then gain that seat from Labour, not the Conservatives. So the constituency polls can make a difference.
Yeah, it's because oh, I did it. You know what? I did this with Matthew. I'm on so many pods now. I did it on another pod, and I've completely forgot what I was going to say. But what I was hoping, because you mentioned about because it seems like the mood for Labour is that they've been quite quiet in this campaign and downplayed it. So I think they're hoping that by downplaying it and making it feel like it's not going to be great for Labour, that if it is like a decent third, if they get a better than that poll suggests, they'll take this as and say they take it as a victory because they still lost the seat. I was trying to find, because I saw something on social media. I was trying to find a poster where, now I know there's going to be some people who, because there's a Twitter page about. Now, I think it's unfair because I think all parties do this, but there's a famous Twitter page, and I do actually follow it. It takes the mick about the Lib Dems bar charts. I'm sure people probably know about that, but if we're being real here, all political parties do it, not just the Lib Dems. But there was one where I'm trying to find it, but I just can't remember the post. But there was one where there was this billboard poster, and it did the whole Labour's like the ones to challenge reform, only like one of those, we're the only challenge to reform, and it's just like, really given the poll
in this election, yes, I saw
in this
it.
election, and I just thought, I wish I could find it, because it was just it did not get the it just got absolutely slaughtered on social media, and everyone was referencing that I think it's Survation or whoever conducted the poll. Yeah, it's just like someone's just commented about the Thursdays and why it's on a Thursday. While not legally required, the Thursday tradition persists for general elections due to its administrative efficiency and entrenched practice. I would agree, because as much as because someone commented about in European countries, they often do it on a weekend. So they either do it on Saturday or Sunday. But that would mean you'd have to hire out your local, you'd have to a lot of local authority workers do not want to be working on a Saturday or a Sunday.
No. You raise a significant point there, because if you remember when we had European elections, we voted in on Thursday, as you always voted on a third, as we vote in all elections traditionally now. Europe didn't vote a lot till Sunday, so you'd vote in a European election on a Thursday, but you didn't actually get the results through till Sunday. So you actually had to wait 3 days for the British European Parliament results. I mean, people sort of realised what was happening, but they didn't know until Sunday. So I was the second candidate on the East Midlands Lib Dem list in 2019. And I remember I knew we'd done well, and I knew Bill Newton Dunn had got elected, but from the data I'd seen, I think I knew I was going to miss out by a couple of percent, which I did, which was frustrating. But I do remember that weekend, because you had to wait from the Thursday voting through to the Sunday results, a number of people texting me saying, "Oh, congratulations, you're going to win." And I'm like, no. don't raise my expectations. I know what's going to happen. I'm going to lose by a couple of percent, which happened. But it was an interesting one, that, because the last European elections were forced on Britain because we didn't leave the European Union when Theresa May was hoping to, and they end up getting like 8%. And obviously it was that European election result that was the final catalyst for Theresa May having to throw in the towel, and basically was told to stand down and made way for Boris Johnson.
Well, it's interesting you mentioned that, because we've been talking about how this might how is this being viewed? Is it a rejection of Westminster or Welsh Parliament? But if Labour does do so badly in this traditionally Labour stronghold, surely there's going to be a lot of questions asked about either the new, I forget her name now, the new Welsh First Minister, and Keir Starmer's tenure, really. There'll be like quite a lot of questions surrounding that.
Yeah, so it's Eleanor Morgan, isn't it? I think is the.
I think it is Eleanor Morgan. That does. Hang on, let me just check.
It's Eleanor Morgan, yeah. I think it's First Minister of Wales is Eleanor Morgan.
Yeah.
So I think the question is obviously losing the election, which is bad enough for Labour, having won it every election since 1918. But if the vote is as low as 12% or that thing, then it does obviously it opens up serious questions. And the fear for Labour is that does this then become a national thing in Wales, that if people think the next Welsh Assembly election is going to be a Reform Plaid Cymru battle, then obviously they end up then being squeezed. I mean, basically, Labour and the Tories have tended to use the electoral system as a way of stopping parties challenging them by saying, if you don't vote Labour, the Tories get in, or vice versa. But of course, the problem is if you fall out of the top two places, that argument can then be used against you. And the risk that both the Conservatives and Labour have is that the squeeze is going to be turned on them. That's already the case in a lot of seats across the country, obviously, where there are seats where it's Conservative or Lib Dem or Reform or Labour or Conservative or Reform, and other parties will tend to get squeezed out because of that. But I think that's the risk, that if it's a really dreadful result for Labour, then it sort of adds to the narrative that if people think it's going to be Plaid Cymru or Reform that are like to be the first place party in Wales, it might, lead to a squeeze on them.
Yeah.
I mean, sorry. I was going to say it might be mitigated by the fact that there is this proportional system. So it might be less of an effect in next May than it would be in like a first past the post election for Westminster, in that, you could still argue that no vote is wasted because of the PR system. But
because it was quite a, I think, quite honourable and brave move to reform the electoral system in Wales, because, like, for Welsh Labour, they've traditionally benefited with this current arrangement in that, yes, they do get quite strong support. I think they get roughly 45% of the vote, but usually they end up getting either dead on the 30, being on the 30, that's the number of the seats to break even, basically, or even get a very small majority. And it might be the case, like you said, Michael, that actually reforming their electoral system, it might be their only lifeline.
Well, yeah, it might be that if it had still been the case that 2/3 of the seats were constituency seats, they could have been squeezed out in most of them by a sort of Plaid Cymru Reform battle, but or Lib Dems in some seats as well, where we're competitive. But the fact that it's a PR system might mean that it does sort of save them. And obviously, it's a similar argument now for the Westminster system, that for the Conservatives and Labour, it might now be in their interest to reform the voting system. The argument was always that parties wouldn't reform the voting system because it didn't benefit them. But now, if it does benefit them, they might, change their minds.
Well, interestingly, because Reform talked about reforming the electoral system.
Yeah.
Although now they've gone very quiet. They've gone very quiet on that now that they're enjoying, Again, I think it's depressing. It's depressing that this early we are obsessed with polls. I mean, we are still 4 years into a general election, and yet we're still obsessed with polls. My dad said to me the other day, he said, "I've never seen this many polls in my life, Andrew." He said, "In my day, it'd be 6 months, weeks before you get a poll. Now," he says, "I see one every day now."
It is a lot.
Political culture's changed.
I think the thing, though, is that it is now 5 months, 6 months since Reform have been leading in every poll nationally. And I think the longer that happens, it may change. There might be something that means that reform implodes. Although, to be honest with you, they had that huge row with Rupert Lowe leaving the party just before the local elections, and people saying, "Oh, is this going to be the end of it?" And it had hardly any impact in the end because Reform won the local elections. It may be that Labour somehow recover if there's a sort of huge economic turnaround or the immigration system manages to get sorted out. But at the moment, you have to say that when the Reform Party have been consistently ahead for 5 or 6 months, that if this pattern, basically, the longer the pattern stays in place, the more likely it is to carry on. The longer they are ahead, people refer to the time when the SDP Liberal Alliance were ahead in the polls at the end of 1981. And there was a period in the sort of winter of 81, beginning of 82, when they were ahead. But then in the run up to the Falklands War, and then during and after the Falklands War, the Tories went ahead again and then stayed there until the 83 election. The reality is, there's a longer and longer period where Reform are ahead. And the question, I suppose, is if they are still ahead in a year or two's time, then it looks like it's set. And then certainly, if in a year's time things completely change, for some reason they implode, Labour and the Tories and Lib Dems are ahead of them, well, then Labour and the Tories won't change the voting system. But if Reform is still ahead in the polls in a year or two's time, then Labour and the Tories probably need to look at it again seriously.
Yeah, and it depends whether that direction of travel sticks, really. But I hate to. Don't know if we've got any Bill Clinton fans. I don't. If we've got any American audiences here who might be completely confused by this. We are covering the Caerphilly by-election in Wales, which is part of the United Kingdom. And it's for their Welsh Parliament. So for any Americans or even Canadians or anyone anywhere in the world, I don't want to prioritise just those two places. We are covering. Just imagine them being your sort of state legislatures and stuff like that. So we are covering this and getting our live reaction and updates. But yeah, I suppose really it is the direction, whether that direction of travel sticks. But to come back to my Bill Clinton, like what did it for the SDP was that actually, because people think Falklands factor. They think, oh, she won on the Falklands factor, but actually, if you look at the evidence, she was already getting that momentum back because she was getting good trade figures. Inflation had come down, interest rates come down, unemployment was still a concern for some electorates, but I think we forget a lot of electorates. It was, well, as long as I'm not unemployed, it's not a concern for me. As long as my shopping bill goes down and my mortgage rates go down. And obviously, it's a lot more complicated than that. There's loads of factors. And I think for Labour, they're only going to really survive if they get that turnaround in the economy, which I can't foresee happening.
So, if you look at the polls, the Conservative recovery was beginning slowly prior to the Falklands War because the economic picture was getting a bit better, and then it accelerates after the Falklands War. I suppose Thatcher, of course, famously said the lady's not for turning in her 1980 conference speech. I think the irony actually is that in those first couple of years, she ran a very rigid monetarist policy, which did a huge amount of damage to the industry. There was the 81 budget, increased taxation, reduced spending. Actually, what probably turned things around was she actually loosened up some of those monetarist policies and was less rigid and less severe. So actually there was a bit of a U-turn basically, and she followed monetarism in a lot less ideologically fanatical way after 1981. And I
forget she was quite pragmatic to start with. In her first term.
Absolutely, it's a big mistake Liz Truss made. Liz Truss believed the view of the most fanatical Thatcherite fans and the most fanatical Thatcherite haters was that Margaret Thatcher was totally ideological, totally blinkered, totally just committed to ideology. She wasn't. I mean, if you think of the miners' strike, she settled with the miners in 1980-81 because she knew she couldn't win a strike then. It was only later in 84-85 when she stockpiled the coal that she had the huge battle with the miners. And then on trade union reform, the government was very slow on changing the rules on trade unions. The initial Jim Pryor trade union laws didn't take away things like secondary picketing and didn't bring in mandatory ballots and so on. It was only the later Tebbit laws in '82 that actually really reformed the trade union. So she was slow with some of these things, whereas Truss came in and tried to do everything in 5 minutes, and it just blew it up.
She wanted to build a Thatcher legacy in. I mean, she got the Thatcher resignation, I suppose. I mean, she could add that to her resume. No, you're right. She tried to. It was Thatcher on steroids because even people like Jeremy Thorpe, not Jeremy Thorpe, sorry, Jeremy Hunt, I should say, Jeremy Hunt, a completely different Jeremy.
Yes,
Jeremy Hunt. We don't like to talk about him so much these days. Problematic person. But Jeremy Hunt, people, he was not like a Philip Hammond, I guess one nation-y kind of conservative. He did, a lot, and we forget that a lot of conservatives probably liked the policy, but it was the speed and the scale in which Liz Truss did it that unsettled a lot of them. It wasn't the fact that, we believe this is the remedy and this is where we should be going, but this is, the scale and the speed of it is too much. And unlike Thatcher, who had the political she was wise in using her instincts. She was wise at using it, and she was able to even console people who were, I guess, like the wets of the Conservatives. She and Liz Truss simply just did not do that. And I think what's damaged her now is that she's just unremorseful. I don't know any person. My uncle is a Tory, and he says every time he sees her on screen, he says she's just so unremorseful, Andrew. She takes no ownership. And he's a lifelong Tory. And for him to say that, he said, it's depressing, Andrew. It's depressing.
Yes, and obviously she's tried to blame other people and say it was other people's fault, but in reality, she was very reckless. But it's interesting you mentioned about Thatcher being sort of having a sort of big tent Conservative Party when she took over in 1979. Her cabinet was absolutely full of the sort of one nation pragmatic Tories, the wets, as they might be called by critics. Lord Carrington, Francis Pym, Ian Gilmore, Christopher Soames, Willie Whitelaw, Jim Pryor. The cabinet was full of sort of people who'd served under Ted Heath and were effectively Heathite conservatives. It was only later that she changed the cabinet to one that was more in her mould. And even then she kept people like Ken Clarke and in
Heseltine.
Yeah. And contrast that with, they stormed out over Westland. But yes, initially he'd been there until 86. But if you look at Truss, she effectively froze out anybody who'd sort of opposed her during the campaign. Her cabinet, anyone that was sort of a strong supporter of Rishi Sunak, she didn't let in. And that obviously meant that when things went badly for her, there were lots of people ready to turn on her. I mean, in politics, if you're bad to people on your way up, then, on your way down, they're going to be bad to you. And she had people like, Grant Shapps and all that, who she'd sort of froze out, who knew how to mobilise Tory MPs against her, and she ended up obviously being forced out.
It's the saying: you keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. And she was not like Wilson. She was not a strategist, because Wilson finally balanced his cabinet. I mean, I know he's got a mixed legacy, but I always say to people, his legacy is like he kept the Labour Party together, because in the 70s, it was just a mess. It was an absolute mess, and the tinderbox of revolt and just chaos could have been so close to going off under his, and Jim Callaghan as well. I mean, he's another one that people forget.
No, they did. And I think, well, this is another thing with Keir Starmer, which is that Keir Starmer in some ways is different to former Labour leaders in that Labour leaders have generally, certainly since Gateskill, who did expel a few people for voting against the party line, but generally since then, every Labour leader has been fairly tolerant of dissent. Labour leaders generally have not thrown out Labour MPs from the parliamentary party for voting against the party line. Lots of Labour MPs voted against Tony Blair over Iraq,
A certain Jeremy Corbyn did.
Indeed, people voted against him over the single parent benefit cut in 97, the incapacity benefit cuts in 99, privatising the air traffic service in 2000. So even Tony Blair, when he was his most popular, he allowed those Labour MPs to vote against him without throwing them out the party.
He could afford it. He could afford
it.
Yeah,
he had a 180-seat majority. So he could have said to the Tony Benns and the Jeremy Corbyns and the Diane Abbotts, we're going to withdraw the whip, and he didn't. Whereas Keir Starmer has been a lot less tolerant and has thrown out a number of MPs. And I do think if you're Prime Minister and you're losing support and you're going down in the polls and you are treating people pretty badly by throwing them out, I think it means that when, if things become even more tricky for him and he faces leadership challenge, I think people will be less sympathetic. There's been this thing about saying Labour leaders don't get removed because the MPs are sort of, too soft-hearted to remove unpopular Labour leaders.
They're not as ruthless as
Tories. But I think with Starmer being so ruthless himself, I think in a way he sort of invalidates that. And I think it's a weakness for Starmer that he is so ruthless in withdrawing the whips and throwing people out for voting against him. Because I think in the end, people will just sort of turn on him and say, well, you throw out people for disagreeing with you and you're losing us lots of support. Why should we keep you on? So I think it's a mistake he's making there. I think he should have been more, especially with his huge majority. He's got an enormous majority in Parliament. He can afford for 10 or 20 MPs to vote against him and not have a chance of losing.
I mean, the welfare bill, that was just
that was just was an absolute, literally making amendments as it's being debated. I will admit, I don't know if you watch Matthew Albert's Political Frenemies podcast, but he's got his big Chris there. The only time I agreed with him, the media did seem to have a soft time with Labour. This was Tory level shambles, and it was just so embarrassing for a functioning democracy to have that be done so public. It was absolutely, it was just bad. It was just so bad. It was. And I think part of the reason why that went so badly was because he was far too authoritarian before overcut. So if you take, for example, the winter fuel payments, I think there was a vote in Parliament on winter fuel payments, and the Labour MPs just voted for the cut because he'd thrown all these MPs out for voting against the 2-child benefit cap. And I think Labour MPs thought, oh, we better not vote against it. Then, of course, so they vote for the winter fuel cut, and then suddenly they're hit with this massive amount of vitriol on Facebook and on X from constituents saying, why the hell have you voted for the winter fuel? If you're a Labour MP, you had a hell of a lot of negative response. But it was basically forced to do it. And I think that meant that when the welfare bill came up, they thought, oh, well, actually, we better vote against, otherwise we're going to get, all this on there. And of course, the fact that Keir Starmer, the bad results in May's elections, nothing succeeds like success and nothing fails like failure. And if you start losing, it's one thing if you're Tony Blair and you keep winning elections, some people will then, apart from ideological critics, will go along with it. But the fact that Keir Starmer is making people vote for things they don't agree with, like the welfare cuts, and he's an election loser in terms of the by-elections and local elections and polls, it just makes it much more difficult for him to sort of discipline his party.
I think they're definitely right on those points. For Labour members, it's like, it's one, it doesn't seem like a Labour thing to do. You don't try and vote against, don't vote for MPs for Labour should not vote against its constituents for its members. And And like you said, it's just the way it was conducted. It's I do wonder. Obviously, I don't know the complexities of how legislation is drawn up. I don't know how much of it is consulted with backbenchers, civil service. But it felt like they just didn't consult anyone other than their small clique and thought, well, this is good, this will get through. We've got this huge mandate, it'll pass. We might get a few bad apples who'll vote against it. It just reeked of incompetence. It's like it just felt like they just did not consult their backbench members at all. And
yeah, and people say that Tony Blair would bring in people who were thinking of rebelling against the government on issues, and would sort of talk with them and debate with them and try and win them round. Whereas there was I know there was one of the Labour rebels who said, Keir Starmer had never spoken to him. And I think part of that man management is important, that if you're the party leader, you do need to be sort of accessible and ready to talk to people. And if you're a sort of distant leader, you can lose out. It's one of the reasons why Heath in the end gets kicked out, because he was seen as so sort of pompous and distant from his own Tory MPs. He wouldn't talk to them.
Yeah.
When it came to Thatcher's challenge, a lot of them just voted against him because they thought he was rude and awkward and wouldn't consult.
And even prime ministers we never had, like Dennis Healey. I mean, part of the reason why Dennis Healey never became deputy Labour leader was that he famously told the ones who defected to the SDP, or why should we vote for you? And it's like, because I'm the only one you've got, or some degree.
He said, you've got nowhere else to go. And Mike Thomas, who was sort of quite a belligerent Labour turned SDP MP, said he thought of writing to Dennis Healey after the formation of the SDP and a telegram and saying found somewhere else to go. But there was this, somebody said, I think it was Joe Ashton said of Dennis Healey, the problem with Dennis Healey is he couldn't spread BS. That if you're leader of the Labour Party and somebody comes up to you with a really rubbish, ridiculous idea, you sort of patronise them and say, oh, that's really interesting. I've never heard of that before. I'll think about it. He'd said if somebody came to sort of Michael Foot or Jim Callaghan with some odd idea, they'd sort of nod and smile and all the rest of it. But if somebody came up to Dennis Healey with a crazy idea, he'd just say that's absolute rubbish or something slightly less polite.
He was famously rude, like you said, patronising. But again, it just shows
guy. You just couldn't suffer fools gladly, I suppose, is the.
Well, he's a big family man, which I adore. I love someone who's a big family man. So it just shows the colours and complexities of humans, really. But no, he infamously was quite.
There was a. When he was Chancellor, there was some occasion when he loses a vote in Parliament because some Labour MPs vote against him, and he sort of storms up to them in the lobby and shouts, "You absolute shits," and all the rest of it. And it's just saying what he thinks, but obviously sometimes, if you want to be leader of a party, sometimes party leaders have to sort of be tolerant of people, and if you're not,
just a polar opposite to Tony Benn, who like Dennis Healey had his views, but was just a very good,
yes, he was supposed to be very polite, very well mannered, and all the rest of it. But obviously, his colleagues a lot of Labour MPs ended up severely disliking him because they obviously blamed him for a lot of the bad results in the 1980s because of his sort of decision to divide the party.
Interesting. So I saw this expo. I always want to call it a tweet. That Labour now. This is from Peter Gillibrand, who I think, BBC Wales. Don't know what is journalist for BBC Wales. He's obviously, so he's got his contacts and sources, and he's saying Labour on the doorstep, people have been saying they're voting for Plaid Cymru. So it seems like now immigration's been played up in this particular constituency. So I mean, we have had some Reform people. Feel free to say hi on here, but I think Reform is a Marmite party. I think you either really like Reform or you really don't like Reform. And it would appear that for this election, that if this is true that's coming out from Labour, that a lot of people have obviously looked at felt the mood in that area, probably seen that observation poll and thought, you know what, I can't have a Reform member of Parliament. I'm going to go and vote for Plaid Cymru, which isn't necessarily an endorsement for their ambitions for Welsh independence. That's quite interesting, don't you think? If this is substantiated.
Yes. So, I mean, if you look at the polling, when people are sort of asked to rate party leaders out of 10, 0 to 10, when you look at Farage's figures, there's a heck of a lot of people who say 10 out of 10 who really love him, but then also a heck of a lot of people who say 0 out of 10 who really dislike him. So there is a polarization there. I noticed that Ben Walker, who writes for the New Statesman, does psephology polling for them, is saying that the count is erring more certainly towards Plaid over Reform, but not a guarantee. Guarantee, though, is Labour's vote is through the floor. Now, he's a Labour councillor as well as a pollster, so he's basically confirming that Labour's vote is likely to be collapsing.
And from the BBC, the word's very close. So it sounds like this could, obviously, it's
could be a long
counting.
one. And the rumours are also the turnout isn't too bad as well. So it was 44% in 2021 for the Welsh Assembly election in Caerphilly.
Okay.
But there's possibly a similar
oh wow
turnout today.
Because by-elections normally have quite depressed turnout in either parliaments, so that's quite interesting. That it would appear that in this election, it's a lot of people for them to turn out in the similar numbers as the national election, which obviously gets a lot more coverage. Obviously, it gets coverage for that local area, but
yeah. So all things being equal, turnouts in by-elections tend to be lower than the previous sort of all-up elections, general elections, Welsh Parliament elections. Occasionally, they can be quite similar, and usually that's when there's a very competitive race where it looks like it's very close. And obviously in this one, you have got Plaid and Reform quite close. Also, there is a lot of evidence that Reform is turning out people that don't usually vote in elections, certainly in the local elections. A lot of people who turned out to vote for Reform were people who didn't usually vote in local elections. So it's very possible that if the Reform vote is high, that they are turning out people who don't normally vote in Welsh Assembly, Welsh Parliament elections to vote for them. So that would probably also have the effect of putting turnout.
I mean, me and Michael are Liberal Democrats. Obviously, we're here to, we're going to be as neutral as we can be. We're here to talk about, Caerphilly, by-elections of past, etc., etc. But I will give credit to Reform. They do seem to obviously they have had problematic candidates in the past, but they do seem to get candidates who just, at least the feel of it, they feel like they're you and me. You can go and have a drink in a pub with them. They're just and that's not to crap on the establishment parties. I mean, I interviewed you, Michael, and you come from I think you said you come from a working class background, if I remember. And your accent, it's a very Leicestershire accent. But Reform are very good, at least in terms of presentation. They are very good at saying, oh, anyone can stand to be a Reform candidate. Obviously, I think that will get tested because we are seeing in the local from the council from this year's local elections that is now being tested with the councils that they have won, where they were going to do this Doge-like, style. We're going to find efficiency, cut out waste, and now they're actually going to raise council tax higher than the previous Tory councils were going to do it. So I do think that'll get tested. I do wonder how much that would have played into the mind of some people who might have been wavering on voting reform. I particularly in the Welsh elections next year, I wonder how much Labour, Plaid, or any opponent to reform will try and use those examples to sort of like at least depress people to vote, going out to vote for reform. Because you're right about the people turning out for reform. If that is true, it seems like they are getting like quite a few people turning out to vote. Yeah.
I mean, I don't think there's a massive correlation between a party's performance in councils and results. I mean, I think back to
it's useful.
Northamptonshire when it went bust under the Tories. They then had the unitary authority elections for the new unitaries in 2021, which was a very good year for the Conservatives. And despite the fact that the previous Northamptonshire County Council had gone bust under the Tories won both those elections quite comfortably. So you'd have thought if only there was a place where people would say, well, that party hasn't performed very well in local elections, we'll vote against them. You'd have thought that would be it. But I think there's not massive evidence that parties' performance in local government can impact their general election results. Probably the only example was the Labour Party did quite badly in London in 1987. So in the 87 election, Labour made a bit of a recovery nationally, went backwards in London. And there had been a lot of attacks on what were then seen as loony left Labour councils, although ironically, a lot of the sort of equality
David Blunkett of all people.
Well, indeed, a lot of the sort of equalities policies now are now mainstream, but at the time, it was seen to hurt Labour, and that there was some argument that some of the London Labour councils in the 80s might have cost them support of the 87 election because they were up everywhere else, but London they were losing seats.
Yeah. It's weird, isn't it? You had Margaret Beckett, David Blunkett, who were on the left of the Blairites. And they just went so into the Blairite.
Yes,
I just find that an interesting observation, really.
So it's the 1981 Labour deputy leadership election when Dennis Healey beats Tony Benn narrowly. Margaret Beckett throws, I think it's like a load of 5p at Neil Kinnock and says in Judas, because Neil Kinnock abstained in that election. It allowed
Judas was paid
to win. That's Enoch Powell. Yes, when Enoch Powell voted. No, Judas was paid. That's Enoch. So Enoch Powell in 74, because he's so determined to get Britain out of the common market, out of the EEC, he recommends people vote Labour in the 74 election. In fact, he says he's voted by post for Labour in February 74. So he turns up at a rally and somebody in the audience shouts Judas. Hence, Enoch Powell then responds, Judas was paid, I am making a sacrifice. Yes. Which in a way he was, because he ends up being a backbench Ulster Unionist MP for South Down until he loses it in 87.
Speaking of by-elections, because we are like, this is like, we know, because for those who are just joining in, we are giving a live reaction and looking at the news developments that come in, looking on social media, flicking on Welsh BBC News to get any updates from the results, but also a little bit of election history, or else if we didn't mix it up a little bit, I think it would be quite a slow night for us. But did Enoch Powell stand in a by-election? Because he went to Northern Ireland, right? And he became
February 74. So this is interesting. Until February 74, most of the Ulster Unionists sat with the Conservatives, and then there was the collapse of the Sunningdale Agreement between Heath and the moderate Unionists. There'd been the beginning of power sharing between like the SDLP and the moderate Unionists, but that then collapses in the early 70s. And the Ulster Unionists who'd voted with the Conservatives in Parliament all lose their seats in February 74 to the Ian Paisley Unionists. And in the February 74 election, Labour get 301 seats and the Conservatives get 297, and Labour come in. And of course, one of the reasons why that happened was that the 10 Ulster Unionist seats had gone from Ulster Unionists that used to vote with the Conservatives to being Ulster Unionists that voted against the Conservatives. So in effect, they actually changed the general election result. Enoch Powell goes off to join the Ulster Unionists in October 74. He stands in the, so he leaves, tells people to vote Labour in the February 74 election, stands down from Wolverhampton Southwest, and he then appears in the October 74 election as the Unionist candidate for South Down, which he then holds until he loses it at the 87 election. But he basically believed in the total absorption of Northern Ireland into Britain. Basically, whereas other Ulster Unionists actually wanted sort of Northern Ireland to govern itself. But yes, yeah.
Which is interesting because you'd think he's a little Englander waving British Empire romanticist, and yet he was, once they lost India, he was the first one to say we should just give it up. What's the point? What's the point? And it just shows again the complexities of human beings, which I just find really fascinating. You know, you'd think Enoch Powell, he's, you know, he probably want to bring back the Raj, and he's like, no. And again, you know, I mean, I do personally condone Rivers of Blood speech, but he did used to speak to, Birmingham. I think he was an MP for in Birmingham, and he had quite a large sort of Indian and Pakistani community, and he wasn't hostile to them. He would actually engage them in conversations, went out canvassing and speaking to his constituents, holding his surgeries. But yeah, it just shows that the layers of these political personalities.
Yes, yeah, he had some complex views. So he was against capital punishment. So he wasn't sort of in that sense. He wasn't the traditional sort of right-wing Tory. I think actually, given obviously tonight was about the Reform Party and Brexit, I think one of his last political acts was to give his support to Nigel Farage as UKIP candidate in the 1994 Eastleigh.
Oh, really?
Yeah, wow. I think he went and spoke for Farage in a 94 by-election when Farage stood in Eastleigh, back when, you know, UKIP was losing its deposit in elections, before it really took off. So yeah, he backed UKIP at the end.
I agree with Docksider here. As someone said, vote Reform, guys, and Docksider replied, a bit late to vote. Yeah, you're a bit late.
It's about 2 hours.
To be, yeah. Always remember to set your reminders and alarms. It's weird. I mean, my dad clearly in '97 he forgot to vote in that election. I mean, he was happy because Labour won, and he was quite a Labour. He's a Bennite Labour man, but you know, for him, he's a Labour forever man. You know, and he was excited about Tony Blair, but that was the one election he didn't vote in. He says, "Oh, you know, how depressing that the election that for him was most excited for, and that's the one he didn't participate in." But I suppose he repeated it in 2001. He got a similar experience, I guess.
Yes. So that reminds me of the story of Jerry Malone was the Conservative MP for Winchester, and he loses the election by 2 votes to the Lib Dems, but he then takes it to court saying that some of the votes hadn't been counted or something. So they have a rerun. There's a by-election in Winchester where he successfully gets it rerun, but it goes from a Lib Dem majority of 2 to one of 21,500, because there's like all these posters saying vote for anyone but Jerry, bad loser Malone, and so on. But what they discovered afterwards, when they looked at the marked registers, they discovered that Jerry Malone, although he was the MP for Aberdeen South, the MP for Winchester, he'd previously been the MP for Aberdeen South, and I think he actually cast his vote in Aberdeen South because it was a Conservative Labour marginal. So they didn't actually vote in Winchester, and he lost by 2 votes. So him and his wife. So actually, if he and his wife had voted for himself rather than Aberdeen South, then he'd have actually tied in Winchester. But no, there you go. But then he won.
And in a tie, they pick straws, don't they?
Yes. Which happens in council elections every so often, but hasn't happened in the election for a while.
It's not. Yeah, council elections. It's not too unusual because of like the obviously lower population and also lower turnout. But it did happen. I believed it happened. I could be wrong, Michael, but I think it happened in one of our recent general elections. I feel like, am I wrong, or was there a statistic? Wasn't there a tie in one and they had to pick straws? I think it was the 2017 election. I want to say, but I could be so wrong. Maybe it was a council election I was thinking of.
Yes, there was a council. There's been council.
Okay.
The last time I think it happened in a general election was in Ashton-under-Lyne in 1886.
Oh, that's not far from me actually. Ashton-under-Lyne.
So I think that was the last time there has been one.
For any Australians, because I know you have the alternative vote system, I do not know how that works out if you end up getting a tie in that election. I don't know what you do with that. Oh God. Again, I suppose you could, I'd be curious to know the history of why picking a straw, or I'm surprised it's not rolling a cheese in this country, like cheese rolling. Who can throw the block of cheese the furthest away? So updates from BBC. Plaid apparently are feeling quite positive. So their candidate is quite buoyant and thinks they're going to do quite well in this. Although, again, those two words, very close, keep appearing.
Yeah, I mean, if he does win, all respect to them. As I say, he's been a councillor there since 1976 and first stood for Parliament there in 1983. So if for simple longevity and sticking at it gets rewarded, then he probably deserves to win just for that, really.
Yeah, I would, again, dedication there. I think this is like this. I don't know this program, but I feel like I'm either on a loop with this show or it's just a really long podcast that they're doing. I'm going to try. Michael, while I have a faff around to see if I can actually find, because I'm not trusting this, you are watching it live BBC thing.
So, do you want the first result of the night? Do you want the first result?
Oh, you got it.
It's from Glastonbury in Somerset. There's a Somerset by-election, Glastonbury tonight. Lib Dem hold. 36%.
Okay.
So they won the seat 36%, down 1%. Reform came second from 0 to 22%. Tories third, down 10. Greens down 8, and Labour standing for the first time with 1.4%. So first result of the night is a Lib Dem hold Glastonbury in Somerset.
Because we are not, because as well as having the Caerphilly by-election, we have got, like you said, quite a few council wards. Mike, have you been hearing the word Super Thursday lately? I've noticed it last time.
Last time they were talking, so I think there were 10 last week.
So American, it felt painful. It felt painful to me. It was like, Super Thursday, really? Is that what we're doing now?
It's often, I think they've said it before, like in 2023 when there were a lot of local elections up. I think it was called Super Thursday then as well.
Yeah.
It's one of those phrases that often gets bandied around when there are a lot of elections on the same day.
It's interesting you mentioned about that Lib Dem hold, because there's been a lot of talk about the Greens, bouncing membership numbers, a surge in the polls, which I think hasn't really impacted the Lib Dems too much, which for me I'm quite thankful of, because I think YouGov, we were only down by a percentage point. So it seems like the transfer is mostly coming from YouGov. It would suggest the transfer, well, obviously it's a bit more complicated than that, but basically it suggests it was coming mostly from Labour, the transfer. But then I think Labour, ironically, ended up getting transfer from Reform voters. So, because I think Labour actually ended up gaining by 1 point, if I'm remembering that really good poll correctly. So it's a very weird one where the Greens have gained, Labour seem to have taken it off from Reform. But on the Greens, because they've had some recent, last week they had some, that's Super Thursday, let's just call it Super Thursday, since that's a thing now. They had a few council elections, which suggests to me that they lost a seat to the Lib Dems. A ward, I should say. They lost a council ward to the Lib Dems. And even in areas where they weren't defending a ward, they actually did see a drop of share of the vote. So I do wonder how, in terms of strategy, how much can the Greens, because I do think the Greens have this issue of they can do quite well in their share of the vote nationally, but they really can struggle to target areas and concentrate their votes. And I do wonder, like, how whether that's a correct opinion to have, or do you think I'm probably just being a bit of a bitter Lib Dem?
I think where the Greens are likely to do well is urban Labour seats, where they're the main challengers. There are urban Labour seats where the Lib Dems are quite strong on the ground locally and have got council seats. In those areas, they're likely to be Lib Dem Labour battles. But in urban seats where there isn't so much Lib Dem council base and it's mostly Labour Greens, then I think the Greens will be the challengers, because they did finish second in a number of seats in the last general election to Labour, the Greens, particularly some of the London seats. So I think, to be honest with you, anywhere that sort of voted Corbyn in 2019, I can imagine the Greens doing pretty well, those kinds of seats, because they will contain a lot of those sort of progressive activist votes. I think they've got which the Greens are going to get a good slice of.
Yeah. I think where I think they really do need to tackle this head on is they're really going to have to start be a lot more strategic in the way, because the thing is, the Greens share of the vote is quite spread out, and interestingly, in the last election, this was probably the first election for the Lib Dems where actually the number of seats we got pretty much more or less matched the share of the vote. But that isn't because the share of the vote was spread widely. It's because we, concentrated it in areas where we could pose a challenge to. It was mostly Conservatives in the last election, but where we were a good second, or there was just the local issues, like they ran the council or the local authority or the parish council. And I think the Greens are going to struggle if they don't, I guess, professionalise their strategy a bit more. Whereas I think Reform, they have got the benefit, Reform, of that. They have got, it does seem their vote base is quite spread across the country.
So I mean, the last election they get 14% Reform, but only 5 seats because they didn't quite hit that critical mass of vote where it turns from seats into votes. But now they're sort of polling early to mid 30s, and they could win approaching a majority. It's the first past the post system that means that you do need to concentrate your votes in particular seats. So the last election we got 72 MPs for 12% of the vote.
12.5.
Yeah. And the previous general election, we got 11 seats for a very similar share of the vote. And in 1983, we got 26% of the vote and 23 seats. So it is about targeting a vote. But I think having 5 parties all polling above 10%, in Scotland, Wales, 6 parties effectively with the Nationalists, means you are going to get some odd results. And I suspect, there was a record number of MPs, I think, at the last election who were elected with less than 30% of the vote. I think there'll be even more next time, and you will be seeing MPs elected with very low shares of the vote simply because a lot of parties are getting significant votes.
I think we saw that in the last election for Labour. I think we've got a better. I think the Lib Dems have actually got better defences, because where we did win these seats, they were usually 40, 45, 50 plus %, whereas Labour, they again, it was a good strategy for Labour to do, but they've got ministers like Wes Streeting, who's not, his seat is very vulnerable now come the next election, which is why I don't think Wes Streeting will be Labour leader, because I just don't. You're just asking for. I mean, what Labour doesn't want is have a situation where they win the election, but then they lost their leader. That would just I can't. I don't even know if that's even happened in any Western democracy. I know John Howard in Australia lost his seat, but his party lost the vote in Australia. But no, you did mention one. Yes,
Arthur Balfour, way back in 1986. Yeah. I mean, it was a long time ago. So I think that the question, of course, with the Streeting seat is, of course, it was effectively a Gaza independent, and whether that continues to be an issue where people can mobilise votes in 2029, or whether it just becomes, I suppose it does show that there are a lot of people there prepared to vote for a left of Labour Party. And if they coalesce around one candidate, then he's got a reasonable chance of losing his seat.
Absolutely. Someone said, "Oh, Docksider, thank you so much. You know what? If I ever decide to make a Patreon account, I'm going to give you a free membership, but I'm going to wait until I get to that stage, because I find just doing my own channel stressful enough, let alone having to have another platform to advertise myself. But thank you so much." So Docksider is saying turnout is very specific, 50.43%. I would be curious where you've got that from, but that would be higher than the last time it was contested, which was in 2020. Yeah. I would be curious where you got that source from, Docksider, but thank you so much.
Will Hay has tweeted it.
Oh, okay.
He's tweeted it. He's a journalist in Wales, has tweeted that it's 50.43%.
I should make Docksider my producer so he can have it. I bet he's found it the same place as you.
Which is high, because obviously it's up from the British electoral politics is saying it's 50.43%, which is up 6% and it's a rarity when by-election turnouts are higher, but I suppose it does reflect the fact that if you're in a seat that's always voted Labour since 1918, there's not much of an incentive to vote. If suddenly it becomes competitive, there you go. Then it's going to encourage people to turn out to vote. So closeness of the result is one thing that does drive up turnout, because people say that my vote matters. If you're in Caerphilly and it's voted for the same party for over 100 years, you might be forgiven for thinking there's not much point voting. But if suddenly you have an election where it is going to be close, and ironically the party that's won every time since 1918 is not one of the two that's close to winning, then it is going to be an encouragement to turn out and vote.
I mean, this would be a great result, turnout in Welsh politics. Again, I think after the fallout from this, there'll be a lot of analysis about how much of it was the enthusiasm of the campaign, or just a rejection of a particular candidate, or, like you said, this is a pivotal election where Labour aren't going to win, so there might be a sense of change for a lot of people, and whether it'll get people, because again, the Welsh, like you said earlier about the history of the Welsh Parliament, it was rejected in 1979. It only just about won the referendum. So there's never, and turnout's always, it's been, from a national perspective, has been quite low. So I wonder if this will, again, a lot of people, an analyst will probably do a lot of surveys on this, whether it'll reignite enthusiasm of Welsh politics.
Yeah, I think if you're in Caerphilly, your vote clearly mattered in this election. It was going to be close, and I think also Reform is turning out people to vote who often haven't voted before. There's strong evidence from that. I think in the local elections yeah,
and probably those who don't want Reform.
Well, indeed, that's the other thing.
Well.
You get mobilisation and counter mobilisation. So people are mobilised who don't usually vote to vote Reform, but then people who perhaps aren't usually motivated to vote but are particularly anti-reform will also be mobilised to vote from the other side. So that sort of polarisation does tend to push up turnout.
Carwyn Morris makes a good point. It's already a huge change as Labour aren't even a contender. That's huge,
Absolutely.
regardless if it's Plaid or Reform. Dockside, Thank you again. Given that we are 4 years away from a UK election, even if Reform do well in a Welsh general election, they're going to be unable to alter the threshold in Wales. Not quite sure what you mean by that, Docksider, but please comment. Is there any other what do you make of those comments, Michael?
Well, certainly the comment about Labour is absolutely on the mark. This is a seat which has voted Labour at every general election and Welsh Assembly election, Welsh Parliament elections since 1918, including the 3 by-elections that have previously been held in 1921, 1939, 1968. Even in the worst year for Labour, 1931, they were winning it very comfortably. They won it comfortably in 1983, which again was another bad year for Labour across Britain. So, the fact that not only are they losing, but coming third is a big story. And as I say, there have been times before where governments have slipped to third place in by-elections, like the Tory government in the John Major era. But even then, they were still picking up 20 to 25%. It was a close third. If it's a very distant third and they're on 12% or somewhere in that thing, that is staggering. How do you go from winning this seat at every election to being nowhere near winning? So it's absolutely right that's absolutely right. I don't know whether Dockside is it, whether their point was that even if Reform do well, they're not going to get 50 because of the PR system, whether that's the point. But obviously, because of the PR system now, that the 96 seats are going to be.
Oh, are we still here? Oh, give it time. I think we might have lost connection. Hopefully, Michael will join us shortly. But I'm just, while we're waiting for Michael to return, I'm just going to have a look at the chat. I think Dockside, in terms of what Michael was trying to answer, I think he was basically saying, is your question? Oh, there we are. Hi, Michael. Sorry, I think we briefly lost connection there. Can you? Are you?
Yes,
this is Stoke-on-Trent calling, as they say on Eurovision.
Right. Yeah, I'm back. Yeah, I think the signal went for a moment then. Yeah.
No worries. No worries. You were saying about Docksider's question.
I was saying, was the point they were making that
the threshold for Reform?
Yeah, because it's now a PR system from May. Purely. The 96 seats are being elected under a PR system. Even if Reform win the popular vote and say get 35-40%, they're unlikely to get a majority in the Welsh Assembly. And then the question is whether other parties decide to do deals to stop Reform taking over or let them run a minority administration.
Yeah, because again, with it being now a very, because is it right that Israel have this system? it's very, very pure PR, where it's like
That's one thing I don't know. I mean, yeah, but I think Israel do have a very, very proportional
it's part
system.
of the problems with functioning a government, and some have argued, and obviously, that's, Middle East politics is very complicated. I'm not going to pretend I can answer that, but I have heard someone say the electoral system has some parts of that.
We have
Just
another. Oh, sorry. So
another
about to say
comment.
breaking news: a by-election. Looks like the Liberal Democrats have gained Dunster on Somerset Council from the Conservatives.
Gained.
Yeah, that's what they're saying, and it looks like the
Gain.
Conservatives have fallen to third place and Reform a second. Yeah, so that's.
I was going to say, it seems like in terms of local elections, it seems like the challenges seem to be, it seems to be Labour. Sorry, it seems to be Reform and Liberal Democrats. Because really, obviously the Greens, I think that will be tested, like you said, when they start competing in more urban wards or urban constituencies. But I think for the Tories, it's coming from the Lib Dems. They seem to be taking a lot of the council wards or votes there. Although they have taken it from Labour again from Super Thursday last week. We did take one from Labour, and also Reform. And I'm going to be speaking about this with Matthew when we do well, actually it's both our channels. I've got too many channels, Michael. But we're going to talk about the death of, because there's been a lot about the death of the Tories, but I'm going to start asking about, is this the death of the Labour Party? And really, where could both Lib Dems and Greens go on that? Because I think there's a huge opportunity for both sides to just basically shred Labour from both ends, really.
Yes, I mean, at the last election, you had a situation where the Conservatives were losing seats to Labour, where they were the main challengers, and Lib Dems, where they were the main challengers, and in a few places to the Greens and Reform. And the question, of course, will be whether going forward that same thing happens to Labour, that people will look for the party most likely to beat Labour, whether it's Lib Dem, Green, Plaid Cymru, SNP, and vote for them. Yeah, so it is going to be one of the serious issues for the government going forward.
Yeah, because if you know your history, guys, you'll know that the Liberal Party used to be, well, they were actually mostly the natural party of government. I think that if you take the Whigs anyway, if you include the Whigs as part of the history of the Liberal Party, they were the natural party of government for a long time. And then obviously in the turn of the 20th century, with the formation of the Labour Party, that we were then replaced and then obliterated. Do you think this could be Labour's time now? Do you think this is going to be the kind of 1920s Liberal Party moment where, because Labour have bounced back before? I think we forget how buoyant Labour have been. There's been 2010, there was talks that this is the end of Labour. 2019, talks 1983 as well. And Labour's just like a boomerang. They always manage to come back and often more resilient.
Yeah, I think they're in a worse place than they have been before. I mean, this Caerphilly result really shows that, given if they're going to come bad third. They're certainly going to struggle. I think we have seen across Europe a lot of social democrat parties getting into deep trouble, losing support, and also traditional conservative parties as well. So I think there is an argument that there is a sort of general trend in many different countries away from traditional conservative parties towards more populist right-wing parties, and away from traditional sort of social democrat parties to sort of more populist left parties. But, we will see how it unfolds over the next few years. But certainly at the moment, with how Labour's performing, whether it's in council by-elections or in Caerphilly tonight or in the May local elections or in the opinion polls, they're going through a pretty bad situation. And there's a risk for them that there are all these other parties that are challenging. And obviously, they had a huge landslide victory last year in terms of seats, but in terms of votes, their vote share was basically, everyone said, the 2019 election was the worst result for Labour since 1935 in terms of seats. But actually, they then win a landslide in 2024 on virtually exactly the same share of the vote. So the electoral system is also so uncertain that there's tipping points whereby you can go down by a bit and lose lots of seats, or go up a bit and win loads. So
because our system, if you are a decent second in every constituency, in theory you can win those seats.
That was the challenge. Yeah, that was the challenge the Alliance had in 1983. They get 26% to Labour's 28%, and there's 23 SDP Liberals.
They had
209 Labour.
They had less seats than percentage share. It was like 23, and like you said, they got 27, nearly 26, nearly 27, and yet they got 20.
They had less
out of
than
650 or whatever it was, 650 or 659. I forget when the. It's weird. 650's just been, that hasn't moved for ages.
It's all been fairly good. So I think in the 70s it was about 635, but then becomes 650. It goes up to 659. It's always been around. It's been around that rough number. There was obviously an issue during the 2010-2015 Parliament. There was this push by the Conservatives to have a smaller parliament, reduce it to like 450 seats or something, but it never came about. But that was one thing that was talked about at one stage.
I'd be fine with if we have a proportional representation system. But if we currently have, if we are going to use the current system, I think because obviously the population has increased in the UK. It's I wouldn't want to have it reduced to that low under the current system, under the current electoral system, because people feel disconnected with MPs as it is, and the last thing I mean not to crap on my MP, but it took him 6 weeks to answer my email when the vote already happened, and it was just like, oh well. It was kind of like But I know someone who, well, I imagine yourself, you know this yourself, Michael, being a counsellor, Finkley, but, you try and answer people's emails and it's nigh on physically impossible. I don't expect, if you're ever going to have larger constituencies, then I don't know. I'm just waffling now. I'm just bitter about that email that I got 2 weeks after. But other than that, he's a very fine man. He did answer something else, but it's more local. So, and he's not in the Lib Dems, so I'm not being biased. But where due, he's a good MP, Gareth Snail. Right. Have you got? So it seems like the turnout. If the turnout's quite high and it's quite close contest, I think this is going to be. I think that 3 a.m. is going to be quite ambitious. Go on.
I was about to say the general talk on X is Plaid being quite upbeat and saying they may have won it. Obviously, it's still a bit early, and they may be calling it a bit. There seem to be a number of sources saying Plaid can rethink they may have won it, which you generally don't say that unless you're quite certain, because it's obviously turns out bad if you say you're going to win and then you don't.
And Labour have just admitted defeat, so they again, you don't say that unless unless like how bad the count is. Having gone to a count myself, you could tell right away how well your party's doing.
If you're not close to winning, virtually by about 10 after the first ballot boxes are emptied.
Yeah.
Bad result.
Yeah. Who would you put your money on, Michael? Or
it's difficult. I mean, I don't know. It's going to be a close one. Maybe if Plaid are saying they've got a good chance, maybe so. But that's just talk from the count that Clyde think they've got a good chance of winning it.
Seems to be the mood I'm getting. It's interesting. Immigration was played up in this election, where they actually have one of the lowest population of immigrants. I think it was on my last count, it was 2.3%. I thought that was just an interesting observation, because I think again, it's like the EU referendum. You tend to find the ones that had the lowest. Obviously, more than just immigration. I mean, I've got a friend. Just to prove that I'm not a complete zealot, I do have a friend that voted to leave the European Union, but they never brought it up on immigration at all. They said it was sovereignty, very Bennite in a way. It was about sovereignty and powers. Although they did believe in the NHS money, they did say they felt bad about that. They said they felt like a right puppet when that turned out not to come true. But yeah, so I just found that an interesting observation, really, that areas that tend to that voted. What was? Do we know about the? Do we know the Leave vote in Caerphilly? Was it quite a high Leave area?
It was a Leave area, yeah.
Yeah.
Have a look what the result was.
I can tell you my area of Stoke-on-Trent, it was 70%, I think, nearly. So I've got that burnt in my brain from.
Yeah, well, of course, there was the by-election you had in Stoke-on-Trent after what was his name went off and
Nuttall.
The London Museum.
Christian Hunt.
Christian Hunt went, didn't he? And they had that election.
Paul Nuttall.
Paul Nuttall was being bigged up as winning, and obviously he didn't. He didn't win.
Yeah, I mean, he did a few gaffes. I don't think he realistically would have. I think he might have done a lot better, but I don't think he realistically was going to win that seat. But the gaffes didn't help him. He did some terrible.
No, there was this. Yes, yeah, it was.
And also, he wasn't in a local area, and that does matter. And in Stoke-on-Trent, we are quite. I think more so than most areas, we're very prideful. We like having local people who know the local community. Can you name the 5 towns of Stoke-on-Trent? And Tristram Hunt actually did quite poorly when he contested it, because he was parachuted in, and he was basically seen as basically a bit of an outsider. So I think for a lot of people, and it was Gareth Snail who won that for us, I think a lot of people were quite thankful that at least we've got someone who, as local as he can be. I don't think he's born in Stoke, Gareth. I think he was born somewhere else, but he went and studied at Keele, and then he lived and worked in Keele all his life after that. So for me, that's as much as a local man for me. But yeah, Paul Nuttall and that by-election, yeah, good memory there. Nice to get a shout out for Stoke as well.
I did go and help the Lib Dem candidate in that one. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I was in Labour back then, so I was helping Tristram.
58-42 Leave, Caerphilly.
Okay.
58-42. So there's another council by-election in Torridge. I think that's Devon, isn't it? Milton and Tamerside. Lib Dem 37.5%, Reform 31%, Tory 17%, Green 6%. It had previously been an independent seat, so that's a Lib Dem gain from the independents in Torridge. But
Stuart. Oh yeah, Stuart Lee did do a joke on Paul Nuttall. Thank you, Slipstreamer.
Well, there were I remember there was the issue when, was it Michael Crick went and looked at his house that he said he was living in, and he went there and it was empty or something, wasn't it?
Yeah.
News, and then there was all the stuff about Tranmere Rovers, wasn't there? I think.
But it shows how much local issues matter, because, we've got, coming back to Caerphilly, we've got this Plaid candidate who, He's contested many, many times. He probably knows the area from the back of his hand. No one contests that many times and, not be a local or lives nearby. So it can matter. And I know for Stoke-on-Trent, it really does matter. When Paul Nuttall did that, I think it's inauthentic. It's inauthentic. And I think this could be, I don't know the candidate's profile. I don't know if all of the candidates are local to Caerphilly, but I've got a feeling they are. I've got a feeling that in this election,
I think the bulk of them are, yeah.
Yeah. Because normally in most, not all, but in most, contesting or by-elections, you normally get one. You normally get at least one who, or at least they're in Cardiff. Sort of,
yeah. I think parties have learnt from this in the past that where they put up candidates who live miles away in by-elections, it often is a vote loser. So I think now they do tend to emphasise putting local candidates up because it's seen to cost them votes if they don't.
So they've entered the second phase of counting now. So this is an update from the BBC, and counting starts again. Second phase.
Yes, so they've done the verification. Now they're on to the actual physical counting of the votes. If the parties are doing their jobs well at the count, they'll have been verifying when the verifications are taking place, they will have been tallying the votes, and they will now have a very good chance, a very good idea of what's happening and who's likely to win. And obviously from that, we're hearing that obviously everybody but Plaid and Reform are out of the race, including Labour. And it seems to be close, although possibly leaning Plaid from what some people are saying.
Absolutely. There's actually been an update from who was it? Someone from Reform. Where did I see that? Zia Youssef. Calling it a historic day for Wales. I could read that two ways. I could read that as being, is that? His part, yeah, it is right. I saw Plaid. I thought, hang on, have I read someone else? I could read that two ways. It could mean that they've done quite well, got a solid second, but they've not won, or it could be they think they might be able to squeak it. I'm curious because. Oh, sorry, Michael, go on.
No, I was about to say, either way, they will have clearly done very well. Their vote will have gone up a lot. If they win, obviously, it's just another sign of the huge momentum for Reform. If they missed out, then obviously it can be used as the Reform bandwagon slowing down a bit. I remember 2014 when UKIP won the European elections and came first. There was then an election in Newark, parliamentary by-election, which is the one that brought in Robert Jenrick, and UKIP were hoping to win that seat, and it went Conservative, and that for a bit slowed down the sort of UKIP bandwagon. And equally, after the 2019 European elections, when the Brexit Party won, there was a by-election in Peterborough, which the Brexit Party thought they might win, but actually Labour held on to it, and then that sort of slowed down the Brexit Party bandwagon. So it might slow down Reform's progress a bit, but to be honest with you, if they come, even if they finish second, it's obviously huge progress on where they were before.
As Carwyn said, thank you, Carwyn. Morris, I hope I'm saying your name correctly. I know it looks Welsh to me. They said if Plaid win, it's still not a loss for Reform as a young party to snowball into this position. Is more, like you said, momentum. Thank you, Carwyn. Let me just scan any other comments. Let me. I dropped a tag on X for some analysis on the votes earlier that I did. Oh, okay. Interesting. I'll have a look at that. Michael.
Yep.
I was hoping you'd have more to say. I actually
Right.
can't think of a question
Okay.
for that.
That's fine. So we did say we were going to look at historic Welsh by-elections as part of this, and just look at previous elections in Wales that had been significant. So
Thank you, Mike the Vice. Thank you so much. I do appreciate that.
that's very nice.
Thank you so much. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. Yeah.
So
It's a shame I don't. It's a shame I don't have a official X account for my channel. I've been meaning to do it, Michael, but to be honest, I run too many things. I run the Lib Dems, my local branch. I run a church, and now I've got this Matthew and Andy pod. The last thing I want is having another channel. So it is. So the frustration of my Facebook friends. They also get these updates. Sorry, Michael. Continue.
We're sort of saying, is this going to be a historic Welsh by-election that perhaps changes the trend of politics? I mean, if Labour do come third and a long way behind in third place, that's a major story, given that it's been a Labour seat since 1918. If you go back to 1922, there was the Newport by-election. That was probably the biggest by-election, probably actually anywhere in Britain, that has taken place because of its impact on politics generally. So you go back to 1922, obviously the First World War. You then had a coalition government between Lloyd George's wing of the Liberal Party. Part of the reason why the Liberal Party declines is it splits in half after the First World War. There's the coalition Liberals under Lloyd George, who ally themselves with the Conservatives, and then the independent Liberals under Herbert Asquith, the previous Liberal Prime Minister, that go into opposition to it.
Yeah.
And so you have this government that's an alliance of Lloyd George Liberals and Conservatives. And then in 1922, you have a by-election in Newport, which is generally expected to either go Liberal or Labour. And it surprises people because the Conservatives win the Newport by-election. And suddenly Conservatives start thinking, well, if we can win Newport in this by-election, then to be honest with you, why do we need to work with Lloyd George? Why do we need a Liberal Prime Minister? Why do we need to share power with him? We can govern on our own. And I think the day after the Newport by-election, there is this meeting at the Carlton Club of Conservative MPs, where Lloyd George and Austin Chamberlain, who's the leader of the Conservative Party at the time, put the case for the coalition continuing. But Tory MPs vote against the coalition continuing. They vote to end it. And part of the argument is that was partly motivated by the result in Newport, where the Conservatives had a surprise win in the by-election. And Austin Chamberlain gives way to Andrew Bonar-Law, who goes on to win a landslide in the 1922 general election for the Conservatives. And that then becomes actually the first general election where effectively Labour and the Conservatives become the two major parties.
Yeah.
The Liberals fall into third place. And obviously there's been a lot of Liberal surges since then, but we've never quite managed to get back into the top two yet. So yeah, Newport in 1922 is a significant one in terms of historic Welsh by-elections. Another one, I suppose, Carmarthen in 1957. So the Liberal Party, sadly, from our point of view, I suppose, goes into
before
this is some news.
I just wanted to thank that Mike. He actually did his own little analysis.
Right.
He gathered 100 videos on social media, and he got his own analysis going, saying it was 32. I think it's 32, 34, 33 for Plaid Cymru. And he's a data analyst, I believe, or he's learning in data analysis. And as a data analyst here, I want to give a huge shout out because I love me some data, and that's just great to see. And I think I love people that do little like their own kind of sample size. I mean, doing social media. I mean, that is something that I think pollsters will have to consider. Now that social media is becoming quite important in election campaigning and trends with the voting public.
it's definitely a challenge to the established system, and I think definitely one of the reasons why Reform are doing well is because of social media. In fact, Luke Trill, the pollster, has done an analysis of different types of voters, and I think he's identified a group that I think are called, is it skeptical scrollers, who get a lot of their news off Facebook and so on. And this
Yeah.
group is massively Reform, because there's loads of Reform stuff on Facebook. And if you get your news from Facebook rather than from the newspapers that tend to be conservative, then that can explain the sort of decline of Conservative support. If you go back to the 1983 general election, they did a poll afterwards
Yeah.
of how people voted. And so in this poll, they found this group of people that voted Liberal SDP Alliance, I think 40%, Conservative 30%, Labour 28%.
Oh,
And these
echo.
people down in the
Turn lounge lights on. Sorry.
down in the dark,
Okay.
blackout. There you go. So they found this group of voters who voted Alliance, and what was significant about them, they were the group of voters that didn't read newspapers. But they were about 1 in 6. And that group of people who didn't read newspapers, the Liberal SDP Alliance won. But of course, 5 out of 6 people did read newspapers. And if you've got newspapers like the Daily Mail, the Sun, the Express, which Telegraph, which every day are pushing out conservative slanted articles, I don't think it's about saying vote Conservative. It's more like every article you put a slant that's pro-conservative and anti-Labour.
Yeah,
Just drip feeds day after day. If every day everything Labour, it reminds me of in the 92 election, Neil Kinnock's in a curry bar and somebody hits him on the back of the head with a newspaper. So he gets up and I think he knocks him out. And the Sun the Sun condemn him as this, thug Kinnock who could get into a fight in a curry bar. Now, you can't imagine John Major hitting somebody in a curry bar, but you can bet your bottom dollar that if that had been John Major, the front page of the Sun would have been Hero John Major KO Curry House Yobbo. So how you present the news can often greatly influence it. And yeah, he was a great orator, Neil Kinnock, but the newspaper always called him the Welsh windbag.
The Welsh windbag.
Yeah, so what was a positive was then turned into a negative.
And I think social media is because someone said to me, oh, does that mean, someone made a comment about, oh, does that mean, are you rubbishing online news and we can't trust it, blah, blah, blah. No, I don't think that's the case. I think it could actually democratize it, because with people with smartphones now, they are, if they can record incidences of a crime or something happening, and obviously that's going to change with AI, I think that's something that that's going to get quite complicated now, but but you're right, it's like they have got these we actually forget, there's been times when the right-wing publications like the Daily Mail and not so much the Sun back in the 60s, but there was instances where they were quite forgiving of Howard Wilson's premiership. In his early premiership, they were willing to give him a kind of benefit of the doubt. But you're right, if it's being drip-fed day after day after day, this kind of slant of it, this sort of nudge in the wink, then yeah. But I think with social media, it kind of in some ways, it democratizes it for a lot of people. But in a lot of ways, it also, people are in echo chambers a lot more. And algorithm, I'm big on my data. Algorithm is there to satisfy the instinct of the individual. So over time, it'll just, with its metadata, it will look at your behavioral patterns and your views, and it'll prioritize those views. And I'm guilty, it's no different than how newspapers used to work. I don't think many people read the Daily Mail and read the Guardian, but really, we should probably read, my granddad used to read all the papers.
Yeah,
he used to buy the tabloids, buy the broadsheets. It cost him the earth, but he was a Daily Mail Tory. But he said, I'm still going to buy the Guardian because I want to know. I want to know what the enemies are saying, as he would say it.
Yeah,
But, realistically, people don't do that with social media.
No. Clearly, in the past, the Conservative Party got a great boost by having most of the newspaper circulation being from pro-conservative newspapers. And I think one of the reasons for their decline probably is the drop in newspaper readership, and the fact that that isn't really the main place where people get their news anymore. And a lot of it now is online, and certainly Reform does well online. I think there's not much doubting that.
Someone said BBC rubbish, so I'm going to put GB News on, see if they've got any updates. There we go. I'm being fair now. If GB News hasn't got anything, maybe I at least tried. If they're not reporting on it, then don't come crying to me. I put it on because it's just easier to navigate to BBC. Right. Oh, they do. All right, I'll give them credit.
Well, there we go.
Oh, God. You can tell I don't go on it. There we go.
It's basically saying the same thing, isn't it? That Labour's collapsing and it's Reform implied.
I don't like that. I'm not being funny. I don't like. I'm not rubbishing. I mean, obviously, it's not a network I will go to watch the news. But I'm not liking the website, guys. I'm not being funny. It's a bit pants. But there we go. Whoever said they had issues at the BBC. Sorry, Michael.
Yeah, so
just teasing the audience a little bit. Teasing the audience a little bit.
Okay. So, yes, Welsh parliamentary by-election. So, Carmarthen, 1957. The Liberal Party ended up going down to 6 seats in 1951 and 1955. And one of the 6 seats we won in 1955 was Carmarthen. The MP was an interesting guy called Sir Rees Hopkin Morris, who was the last of the sort of Gladstonian liberals, individualist, great believer in sort of individual freedom, sort of the last of those sort of Gladstonian liberals who'd either passed away or joined the Conservatives or the National Liberals. He passes away in 1957, and there's a by-election there, and it's lost by the Liberals. That's when we go down to 5 seats, which is the lowest the party ever goes to. A year later, we gain Torrington in 1958 in Devon, Mark Bonham Carter. That turns out to be our first by-election gain since 1929. It puts us back up to 6 seats, and it's the first of the great sort of Liberal revivals. But the other interesting thing about Carmarthen is that the winner of the Carmarthen by-election in 1957 for Labour was Megan Lloyd George, who was the daughter of David Lloyd George and had been a Liberal MP for Anglesey before defecting to Labour and becoming Labour MP for Carmarthen. There then follows the Carmarthen by-election of 1966, so just after the general election of 66, when we get back in. That becomes the first Plaid Cymru win. Gwynfor Evans gains it for Plaid Cymru. He takes it on an 18% swing and gains it from Labour. Now, Gwynfor Evans sort of got a bit of fame in the early 80s for bizarrely wanting to kill himself for Channel 4. So he goes. So there'd been a promise of a Welsh version of Channel 4 that I think Labour had made in the run up to 1979. And the Conservative government comes in and says it's not going to be Welsh, it's going to be English. So Gwynfor Evans, who's by then President of Plaid Cymru, threatens to go on hunger strike and says he'll basically starve himself. Oh, wow. He threatens to starve himself to death unless Channel 4 news in Channel 4 in Wales is Welsh Channel 4. And so the government relent because obviously, he's a nice elderly pacifist gentleman who's about to starve himself to death over a TV channel. And so the government relents and they basically allow Channel 4, I think it's S4C, isn't it, to become a Welsh channel.
That's it. Yeah.
So there we go. But one of the unintended consequences of this is it's generally thought that the reason why the hunger strikers went on strike in Northern Ireland for political status was that they'd seen what had happened with Gwynfor Evans threatening to go on hunger strike for Welsh Channel 4, and they thought they'd do the same. Well, of course, the attitude of the government is going to be very different towards, you know, this nice old Welshman who wants to starve himself to death for a Channel 4 version, Welsh version of Channel 4, and IRA terrorists starving themselves to death for political status. And so Margaret Thatcher, quite controversial at the time, doesn't give in. And of course, you end up with Bobby Sands and other people starving themselves to death. And of course, he wins a by-election as one of the hunger strikers in Fermanagh South Tyrone in 1981.
Which saw a change in the law, so that people who were serving in prison could not contest in elections.
Indeed, and then you had the Brecon and Radnor by-election 1985, which was very much a three-way fight between Labour, the Liberals, and the Conservatives during the days of the Alliance. And the Liberal Alliance gained that seat from the Conservatives. Labour came quite close in that one. And we had another Brecon by-election in 2019, you may remember, when the Liberals gained that seat as well. Liberal Democrats gained that seat from the Conservatives, which was, I think, was the day after Boris Johnson became Prime Minister. The Lib Dems just took that seat.
Yeah. It's you know, obviously from a Lib Dem perspective, it's quite tragic that, you know, we don't really have as much as a footing in Wales, considering, you know, its traditional links of, you know, of the Liberal Party, of Whigs, and even, like, you could argue the birth of social liberalism, if you're from the social liberal tradition, which, because of course David Lloyd George, you know, probably I think our only Welsh Prime Minister we've ever had in the UK. We've had quite a few Scottish Prime Ministers.
So he was born in Manchester is the point people always make. So he never knows. Although, he obviously was.
Didn't he move with his grandparents?
Oh yeah, very soon afterwards. He was brought up in Wales, and he was MP for Carnarvon boroughs right through to, I think, 945, isn't it, when he passed away just at the end of the war?
Michael and Andy, are you guys Labour? Nope.
No, lols. Laugh out loud. No.
We are. You know. Why were you planning to be a bit?
I've just been saying all night is going to be a calamitous result for Labour, so, you know, I don't think I'm accused of. Although I'd like to find the person that could spin it as anything other than, you know, holding a seat.
No, we are Woozy Whooper, loving the name Woozy Whooper. No, we are Liberal Democrats, but I think, unlike Labour, we didn't have to sort of worry so much about. I mean, obviously, as Lib Dems, I'd like us to increase our performance. I actually did see a bit of the debate. I thought the candidate did pretty well, and that isn't being biased here. But I think, you know, they picked the best candidate in a very crowded arena. I thought he did pretty well. And I hope, you know, I hope he does well. But, you know, no, so we're not Labour folk. We're not Labour folk.
No, I mean, yeah, it's never been a seat we've been in contention in Caerphilly, really. So it was not one that we're likely to do well in. But as you say, the candidate, you know, he did perform well in the debate. He has, you know, flown the party flag and given people who are Liberal Democrat the chance to vote Lib Dem in the election.
Yeah. Let's see if we've got any more updates from, because we do have English local elections, some by-elections going on. So it's not just in Wales, but also in the UK. So let's have a look. Oh, I've gone on the wrong one. I want Electoral Maps UK. Electoral Maps UK. Any updates? Oh, this is the one you mentioned earlier.
One, yeah. There were two in Somerset and one in Torridge in Links, Devon. They were all
Yes.
three Lib Dem wins, one a Lib Dem hold, one gained from the Conservative, and one gained from Independent.
Yeah, I mean, that Tory vote share, I mean, that is depressing. That is.
Yes,
Like,
I mean, the pattern really is both Conservative and Labour, both heavily down in these. I mean, Labour vote almost disappearing there, 1.9%.
I mean, I would next time I wouldn't even bother contesting if I was Labour. Like, yeah. I just, I do wonder how, you know, because the story of the night's been it's between Plaid and Reform, and who's going to do well. Obviously, like someone said in the comments, if Plaid win but Reform a second, even if it's a little bit of distance, but I don't think it will be. I think it is going to be a tight contest, but it is looking like it's leaning towards Plaid Cymru.
Yeah.
We are the conversation also, Labour. I mean, Labour going from first to third is just
Calamitous.
Yeah.
No, it's it's a very bad. Given the history of the seat and how strongly it has been Labour, for them to end up effectively being squeezed into third place in a seat you've held for 100 years is a worrying.
Since 1918, if you include Westminster
Yes,
as
since
well.
1918. Yeah, Westminster, every election since 1918, Labour won the seat.
Yeah. Because this is the last. Because also this is, well, unless someone else, either someone resigns or dies before the next Welsh Parliament, and this is going to be the last one using the constituency system. I'm interested because I obviously support proportional representation, and obviously there's different models, and I can debate on different models. I haven't really made up my mind on which model I want. But suppose well, no, we are. This new model they're going to have, this STV model. What happens when a member of parliament dies or resigns? Obviously, there's no by-election for these. I assume it goes
They're
to
not taking the next person on the list. This is what used to happen in the European
right.
Parliament, wasn't it? That if list MEPs stood down, they tended to be replaced by the next person on the list.
Right.
Yeah. So I think that's how it would work.
Is there a Welsh reform? Is there a Welsh reform X account? Reform Wales? I know they don't have a leader no more, but I'm curious. Reform Wales. Oh, they do. There we go. Let's have a look. See what they're saying. Is there anything being said? See, Yusuf. Let's see. Just trying to gauge the mood. Here. I think. Where should I go? Michael, help me. Any sources?
Well, you could look at has Welsh Labour posted anything since the Wilted Rose? I don't know.
The child's drawing. I put Welsh. I put Welsh Rose when you said that. Is it Welsh Labour? Welsh Labour. It's either Welsh Party or bloody Party Wales. They can never make up their mind up.
Vote Labour today.
I think their graphics guy did go on holiday. I mean, that one is something I would do very quickly in Canva if I'm really having to rush it. Like, not bad, simple. I actually quite like the style. This isn't going to be a video about. We are making tier lists of best graphics, by the way, so don't worry. I'm just into the
before
graphics.
The polls close. Yes, reminding people to go and vote. I think the news from Fenton Council is the Conservatives have held Whittlesea North West Ward. So that's
okay.
good news for the Conservatives in the Fennons.
Does it have a vote?
I've not seen
Does it
the
have
vote figures yet. It's just the
no.
announcement. I've not seen the
So
percentages.
I'll keep an eye out for. In fact, I should probably.
So increasingly, from the stuff I'm hearing, is it looks like Clyde are going to win.
Yeah, that's the mood I'm getting. That's the mood I'm seem to be getting.
It's going to be close, but they seem to think. Yeah.
Yeah. The mood. Because again, if I'm looking at Zia Youssef's statement from the BBC, it seems like, again, maybe I'm reaching too much, but it sounded to me that was a clever worded way of saying, "Oh, but we've come second and we've done, very very well." Which, for a new party, yes, that is an achievement. But I feel like that was a way to mitigate it. Like the way I was reading it, I feel like it was trying to mitigate, much like how there was some contest where it was in Scotland where, again, there was talk that, they might actually. I don't think they were going to win the seat, but I think they were going to do better than Labour, I think, or Conservative. I can't remember who was the contact. Who was contact. I think they were going to do much better against the SNP. That's it. And it turned out they ended up downplaying it quite a lot near the tail end of that election campaign, because I think they must have looked at their own polling or whatever and noticed, actually, which is interesting because it's quite a UK-wide phenomenon. Well, I can't say the word. Phenomenon. There you go. Thanks, Michael. It's quite UK-wide in the sense Reform's doing quite well in England. They're doing, I think, especially well in Wales. I think there's even arguments for actually they might be doing better in Wales than in England in some polls. And yet in Scotland, I think they're doing better than what was UKIP, but there's still 14%, which is, there still seems to be that different political culture across the borders in Scotland.
They're certainly doing very well compared to, because UKIP always really struggled in Scotland. And
Yeah.
their votes a lot lower than the party in England and Wales. I think a lot of that differential has been reduced, and they were going forward. And there was that recent by-election they didn't win. I think they came third, but it was quite a solid third. And they're certainly making progress there. But the challenge, obviously, Scotland also partly, I suppose, it's also how people vote. The Reform vote is also quite closely correlated to the Leave vote as well. And obviously in Scotland, it was 62-38 Remain. So there's less of a Leave vote for the Reform to sort of try and to get at. Whereas obviously in England and Wales.
Oh, I think slight connection issue again. Who's leading at the moment? At the moment, we don't have any results yet. Uno 1968. Weirdly, you mentioned 1968 because I think Michael mentioned a particular by-election. But the mood is that Plaid Cymru seem to be quite buoyant, and they think they've done quite well. There we are, Michael. It seems like the deep state do not want us to continue with our conversation.
Hello.
Hello. Hi, Michael. Sorry. I think
that's right.
I think the longer these go on, I get connection issues. It's probably my end. Please continue. I entertained the chat a little bit while you were while the connection was dropped. So.
No, it's obviously that Reform are making progress everywhere. Obviously, it's less in Scotland than it is in England and Wales. But again, I think the Reform vote is quite closely linked to the Leave vote. And obviously, whereas Scotland, England and Wales voted Leave, Scotland was 62-38 Remain. So it's obviously less of a Leave vote for Reform to be able to appeal to in Scotland.
Someone's mentioned about a vote for reform in Wales is to remove the 21 billion a year per year for the abolition of the Senedd. Um, I don't know what their position is anymore on the. Is that still true, Michael? I thought they started with that view, but I think they've changed their minds and they would keep the Welsh Parliament. Or am I wrong there?
So they're saying it's not their policy and it won't be in their
Right.
manifesto.
So it appears, yeah.
So it's difficult, but I think it had been a policy of theirs in the past.
And they certainly had members that were vocally against.
Yeah, I mean, there is an element of people in Wales who were anti the Assembly. Obviously, it only just passed on a narrow vote, although obviously the referendum for increasing the powers of the Assembly passed by a bigger margin in 2011. But
yeah. I mean,
there's still some
William, I don't know if you are I don't know if you are a local to Caerphilly. I don't know if you are a Reform voter or voted for Reform. But if that's the reason you were told if that's the reason you voted for Reform, then I think maybe that's old news or they got a bit misplaced. Or maybe, but again, I'm not trying to pulse it. Maybe that's something you've read. That's why I try to be. I always try to be careful when I do fact checking. I guess is what you call it. But it's not uncommon. It isn't uncommon in past elections. I mean, I think actually in social media, it's like a lot easier to check the facts, whereas it's not unusual in past elections. Parties would send leaflets saying one thing, but then they go to another part of town and they'll say something else. So it's not that unusual. But no, I think what Michael said, they still want to keep the Welsh Parliament.
I mean, there was the Abolish the Welsh Assembly Party that got 4% of the vote in the 2016-2021. Just, significant. They didn't win any seats, but
Not bad.
Not bad for
on a single issue as well.
Or 4%. So, there is obviously an element of people who are anti it, but obviously they're a minority now.
Yeah, and it might actually, what we said about the Scottish, why they're doing a lot better in Scotland than they have under its. And there's not a direct correlation with UKIP, but let's just call it the parent party that became Brexit Party then Reform. It might be that's why they aren't, because there's been a lot of people saying. They used to say in Wales as well, they used to group Wales, it's different political culture in Scotland and Wales. They're more progressive, they're more left-leaning, blah, 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 which is why the Welsh nationalism and Scottish nationalism tends to have quite a progressive left slant. Because obviously when we think of like English nationalism, or even like parties like in New Zealand, the Nationalist Party, they tend to be quite right wing, and yet you've got this unique case in Scotland and Wales, and I think Quebec actually has the same situation where they're actually very progressive parties, progressive left wing parties, and it might be that if that was reform policy, again, I don't know what materials SNP are leafleting when they're doing their leaflets. It might be that they are saying, "Oh, look, they want to get rid of the Welsh Parliament," because there's always been more enthusiasm for the Scottish Parliament than there was for people in Wales of a Welsh Assembly, now Welsh Parliament.
Yes, so in 79, Scotland votes narrowly for an assembly, but it's below the threshold for being passed, whereas Wales votes 80% against one. And then in 97, Scotland votes 75% almost for the Parliament, and Wales it's just over 50%. So there's always been more support in Scotland, and also the SNP had tended historically to poll better than Plaid Cymru as well, in terms of the difference between the Scottish and Welsh parties. But certainly Plaid Cymru are increasing their support and going forward compared to how they've done in the past.
Oh, sorry.
Yep.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, no, it's fine. So yes, so Plaid Cymru are certainly making progress, but they've, in terms of the two countries, Scotland's always tended to be more pro devolution, and then also more people for independence than was the case in Wales.
Yeah, yeah. Because that's what I observe anyway. There's always been that kind of resistance of Welsh of Welsh autonomy or Welsh independence. I think that's why their leader of Plaid Cymru has made it their decision to say we aren't going to. But to be fair, that was the tactic that Alex Salmond made when he got first elected in the Scottish Parliament. He said, "I'm not going to make Scottish independence a thing because I think they want to show we want to be a party that can govern." So
Yeah.
that for when we get our independence, we can be trusted with running a country. So I think that's a attack that I think Plaid Cymru is doing,
They
which is
do.
very. Go on.
I was going to say, historically, I remember when David Vigley was leader of Plaid Cymru in 1999, in the run up to the first Welsh Assembly elections, when Plaid did quite well. If he was asked about independence, the answer was always, "We want full self-government for Wales," which was,
Yeah.
certainly different than saying you're for independence. And they did change their name, because at one point they were just known as Plaid Cymru, and then in about 99 they changed it to Plaid Cymru Party of Wales, because historically their support had tended to be they would win the 3 or 4 seats that were largely Welsh speaking. So Meirionydd, Caernarfon, Carmarthen, Ynys Môn, Anglesey, they tend to be the 3 or 4 seats that Plaid Cymru generally won. There was a strong link between the sort of Plaid Cymru vote and Welsh speaking, and obviously now that's less of a case, and in the areas that are less likely to speak Welsh, Plaid Cymru is doing well in those as well.
Yeah, yeah. That's that. I didn't know. I didn't know the party name change. Because a lot of it evolved from wanting Wales accepted as a language.
Yeah, so it was a big part of the party was about the Welsh language. Yes.
Yeah, that was kind of its evolution, really. And obviously, it grew out of that to be more about self-determination, autonomy. And I think probably you're right in saying, even in Plaid Cymru, there's always this. There's a bit like how for the SNP there was the hard independence people and the more reformist kind, who like Alex Salmond's kind of tack. We want to prove we are competent, we can run a government, we don't have to obsess over independence. Against the more, I think this used to be Nicola Sturgeon's view. I think she was part of that group that was a lot more radical. But I think in Plaid Cymru, much like the SNP, it is more about autonomy, Welsh language, and I think only as recently it's become more a public conversation about having independence. And if you look at most polls, most Welsh people don't want to have independence. Last one I saw anyway, maybe things have changed, but most Welsh people don't want to have independence. I think they're quite happy with either the status quo or even more powers for the Welsh Parliament. Yeah. Right. Oh,
yes. Yeah. Yes, I was saying there was a by-election in Ogmore in 2016 when UKIP did come second in that one to Labour. So that was about the same time as they were winning quite a few assembly seats. So I think that's the best sort of UKIP reform style vote before now in a by-election. So they came fairly close although a distant second. They were second at least in that one.
Yeah. It's because there's this. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say Blaenau Gwent was an interesting one as well. So that voted for an independent in a by-election in 2006. So
Okay.
yeah, so that had been a safe Labour seat, Blaenau Gwent. It was Michael Foot's seat. And then it was held by, I think, Klaus Smith, who was a left-wing Labour MP for many years. And then they were going to select the local assembly member, Peter Law, as Labour candidate, but Labour HQ overrode them and put another candidate in. So he stood as an independent at the general election in 2005 and got elected, which is quite impressive for an independent to win. He then died. Yeah.
Was he quite, because to be successful as an independent, you've got to be quite established already. So you think of Ken Livingstone, Martin Bell, I think contested against
Neil Hamilton.
Neil Hamilton, that's it, not Nigel Lawson. Oh dear, they wouldn't like that. Was he quite an established in his own right, this independent?
Yeah, he was well known. He'd been a councillor in the area for many years, and he was the Welsh Assembly member. So he'd hoped to then succeed to the Westminster seat, but basically New Labour put another candidate in. So he stood and he won, and then he died shortly afterwards, and then another independent stands in Blaenau Gwent and gets elected there as well. The by-election in 2006. New Labour had this thing where even though they were popular, when they tried to impose candidates, it always sort of backfired. Ken Livingstone, as you say, is the big example that poor old Frank Dobson had been the Labour Health Secretary. He then sort of gets arm twisted into being Labour's candidate for mayor in the first mayoral election in 2000. And he comes a pretty distant third, and Ken Livingstone wins. But in the first Scottish Parliament election, there was a guy called Dennis Canavan, who was a left-wing Labour MP in Falkirk. And he wanted to stand for the Scottish Parliament, and New Labour stopped him. So he stood as an independent, and he absolutely swept in as an independent against Labour in Falkirk West. So there were some of these early examples where I think New Labour tried to impose candidates. It tended to often backfire.
Yeah. Because which it's quite uncharacteristic what we said about how Tony Blair governed. You know, he like in sharp contrast to Keir Starmer. You know, Tony Blair allowed people to rebel against legislation. But in terms of parliamentary selection, he was quite brutal. Like, well, I don't want to personalise to Tony Blair, but the machinery that operated were quite brutal in the way they would deselect or parachute people who they thought was going to be more with the new Labour vision.
They were, and in fact, if you go back to the first Welsh Assembly elections, there was somebody called Rhodri Morgan who wanted to be the Labour candidate, the Labour leader in the Welsh Assembly elections, but the sort of New Labour weighted the voting system for selection so that a large number of the votes went to the MPs, who were basically dragooned into backing Alan Michael, that was the favoured New Labour candidate. So Alan Michael ends up leading them into the 1999 Welsh Assembly elections. And actually Labour does surprisingly badly. They win the Welsh Assembly elections in 1999, as they do in every election. But Plaid Cymru came quite a good second. And that was to do with Rhodri Morgan, who a lot of the public wanted to be the Labour leader, being stopped in favour of Alan Michael because he was favourable to Tony Blair. But candidate selection is one way in which the Labour leadership does exercise their authority, and we've seen a lot of that under Keir Starmer. That you look at the way in which almost no left-wing candidates got selected in winnable Labour seats.
Well, there's that famous one with I forget where she liked a Green Party ex-post.
Yeah.
And like I thought, like, I mean, I don't know her personal politics a lot. She might be. I mean, I call myself a social democrat anyway, on my personal politics generally. But I don't know if she's a rabid socialist. But I just thought over like in a Green Party. I mean,
Yeah.
that was brutal. That was brutal. I mean, come on. I often go to make Vote Matters conventions, and I'm often speaking to Labour and Green people. I'm not going to not like their comment if I have something that I agree with. It was just like it was overkill. It was absolute overkill, and I just felt really sorry for her. And God bless her, she stood as an independent, and
Yes, so there
some
was
people give her a
Chingford.
lot of flack for standing.
Yeah, so there was the Chingford result where Ian Duncan Smith was the MP, and he was defending he was defending a majority of only about 1,500, so he should have been absolutely wiped out. And Faiza Shaheen had been the Labour candidate in 2019, and then she gets replaced late on by Labour. And in the end, Duncan Smith gets 17,000 votes, and the official Labour candidate gets 12,500, and Faiza Shaheen gets 12,500 as the independent. So Duncan Smith manages to get himself back in again, basically on the split vote. So there's been a history of Labour, imposing candidates.
Because I get told by Labour people, like, and I've been in the Labour Party, I think, as you, Michael, I get told by Labour people, oh, but they're all national executive, it's all done by the NEC and the local branch and blah, blah, blah. But then, having from reality, from when I've seen it, it's like, often it's not. Often it is commanded from the leadership. It might be. It's all well and good saying, "Oh, well, it's local decision making, blah blah blah." But I don't see it in terms of that. I really don't. In my times of Labour, when I was twice, I was in Labour. I joined once, left, and then joined again. I don't know. It just seems like they do have a problem. They do have a problem when it comes to the way they treat and select their candidates. And really, there's no benefit to it. There's no benefit to it because it didn't stop them rebelling against Keir Starmer's welfare bill. Or, people who were voted in during the Corbyn leadership. They got selected, and normally they've got their, by convention, if you've been selected once and you won, you normally you keep that post, you get reselected again. So I don't understand for Labour. I don't know why they do it. I don't know why. It just looks so hostile for me.
Yeah, there's a lot of factionalism. I mean, from the other sort of side, I do remember. Do you remember Chris Williamson, that was a Labour MP?
Yeah, I do actually.
Derby launched a campaign to try and deselect some of the more right-wing Labour MPs that never worked, but in the end he ended up getting deselected himself, rather ironically, although he's now in the Workers' Party. I think he's George Galloway's deputy leader.
Is he?
Yes. Ironically, he used to be leader of Derby City Council, and he ran it in coalition with the Conservatives at one point when Labour lost its majority, and now he's George Galloway's one of his senior members in the Workers' Party.
What is George Galloway's favourite saying as of late? Two cheeks from the same arse comes to mind. Maybe
about Labour and the Tories being very similar. Yeah.
I think he probably needs to look from his own members. But there we go. As neutral as I'm trying to be on this show, I am going to put in the odd personal bias. But there we go. It seems like, and again, the chat seems to be agreeing. It seems like Plaid Cymru are quite confident. That's the reading that I'm getting. It looks like they've actually they might do. They might do quite well in this, and it might not be as close as it's made out. Although that isn't too rubbish reform, it looks like they've done quite well. But I think the mood I'm getting is that Plaid are quite happy with with how it's going at the moment. I don't know if you. Oh God,
that seems to be the talk. I mean, this is the likely winner for Plaid is somebody who has been really active in that constituency. Lindsay Whittle for a very long time. He's been a councillor there since 1976. He's first stood for Parliament there in 1983. He must know every street and probably most of the voters in that constituency just from all the years that he's been there and active as an elected politician and candidate. So clearly he probably also had quite a strong personal vote as well. He was certainly the best possible candidate they could put up if he had that years and years of experience of representing people there. Whereas Reform is obviously coming in quite new, doing very well, going up very high. If they get more votes than Labour, that's an impressive result in a seat like Caerphilly. But yes, if Plaid have won, then it's an impressive result for them. And I think it also does say a lot about the candidate, though, who's clearly knows his area well and has represented it for a long time.
Yeah. Do you think that matters in? Do you think that can play an important factor in tilting the outcome and result? If it's, I mean, again, I think they're all from Caerphilly, but obviously this is someone who, again, I'm sure he's had deep roots with Plaid Cymru. I'm sure if he wanted to, he could have just gone to another area, but he seems to have been committed to want to contest this seat time and time and time again, and stand up for his local area.
Yeah, I think so. Because also, of course, in any constituency in a general election, there's obviously the impact that some people will vote a certain way because they want a particular government or because they want a particular party running the Welsh Parliament. In a by-election, you can look much more closely at the candidates because whatever happens, it's not going to change the Westminster government at all. It may sort of just about change the balance of power at the Welsh Assembly because Labour were on 30 out of 60. Now they're going to be 29 out of 60, so they will just slip into the minority.
They'll be in minority territory, like technical minority.
But often the personal vote can make a difference in a by-election.
Because they can. I know they can elect a first minister. They do it a little bit differently than our British parliaments. The members vote for a first minister of Wales. Can they deselect? Can they call? I suppose they could call no confidence vote. I mean, I don't think that would be wise if Plaid was to do that. But theoretically, could they call out a confidence against the Welsh government?
I think you could. You can have votes of no confidence in individual ministers as well.
Oh wow!
So I'm fairly sure there was one of the Welsh some years ago. One of the Welsh agriculture ministers, I think, had a vote of no confidence put in them because of some issue to do with farming in Wales. So I think you can have that individual minister. I mean, I suppose the thing is we're now running down very close to the election now. We're now the end of October. It's the beginning. It's only 6 months away. People are going to have a chance very soon to vote for the Welsh Parliament, and it obviously gives Plaid Cymru a good chance of doing well and reform.
Thank you, Real Mike the Vike. I'm really, really sorry. I do not know Welsh very well, but maybe you could assist me, Michael. But the person's name they're giving goes LLYR.
Claude Powell, the reform candidate.
Yeah, is boring person is a boring person is a boring person in person. So in real life,
is that what they're saying about the reform candidate?
Yeah. So assuming this is either in the chat with someone or they just felt like commenting. I just thought answer a few comments since so many. Thank you. Like 100 and I don't believe there's been 106 right now. That is just absolutely ridiculous. That 106 people have decided to turn out on this stream on my little channel. Thank you so much. At least that's what it's reading on Riverside. Maybe that's how many's. Oh, well, 4 people dropped out. They, they thought, no, let's hit another hurdle.
Somebody rightly points, yeah, Vaughan Gething had a vote of no confidence in him as well as First Minister.
Ah,
And Alan Michael.
Dockside,
Now
thank
this
you.
is the person rightly puts in the chat about Alan Michael, because he survived a no confidence vote in himself in November 1999. He then has a vote of no confidence in himself in that was going to happen in February, but he resigns beforehand. And in fact, I seem to remember he resigned during Prime Minister's questions, and William Hague finds out and says to Tony Blair he's resigned already, when he was giving his endorsement to him.
And
But
Real Mike the Vike, loving the name, and I'm loving the logo, by the way. Fantastic. Are you? Do you have your own channel? If so, I should consider. Well, please do share, and I might consider subscribing. He said that it was in answer to himself with regards to that boring reform candidate. They're not voting for him; they're voting for Nigel. Which, again, I think kernel of truth. Sometimes leaders can,
he's obviously quite new to politics. He's not got the experience that the Reform candidate has, and obviously, a lot of the Plaid Cymru candidate has, and obviously, there were a lot of people elected as councillors for Reform in May who'd only just got involved in politics. A lot of them, I think, weren't expecting to be voted in, and a lot of them were voted in on a sort of Nigel Farage wave. And if Reform gain a lot of seats at the next general election, I suspect a lot of people will be voting for Nigel Farage rather than individual candidates. It also reminds me of 2019. When there were a lot of people who got elected as Conservative seats in like the Red Wall, and they were going around saying, oh, well, I got elected because of a huge personal vote for me, and it was all because of... No, you got elected because of, Boris Johnson. Yeah.
Boris.
There were a lot of these seats where the candidates got selected for the Conservatives a few months before the election in 2019. They get elected with a huge majority, and that was a vote for Boris.
Yeah, and we forget in 2024, Nigel briefly was not leading Reform. He left it for
Richard Tice was leading it.
Yeah, and then he had to step in because I think I think he got shafted quite a bit. I thought because they were rising in the polls, but I don't think it was. I don't know. Conversations must have been had between him and Nigel. Nigel probably thought they could have done better. And yes, Nigel did do a lot better than Richard Tice. I think their poll numbers did start going up when he started to take over the campaign. And yeah, I think there's some truth in that. Leaders can often, like famously in 1979, when it was a contest between the Conservative Party and Labour, obviously the Conservatives was doing well in the polls. But when it came to between Jim Callaghan and Margaret Thatcher, people liked Jim Callaghan a lot more than Margaret Thatcher. It was a case that you could argue there was a case that we want a Conservative government, but we want Jim Callaghan to lead it. And obviously, it was not enough to save Labour, but in the polls, once they started to campaign and Jim Callaghan was a bit more, he was campaigning and campaign mode and on TV, they started to creep back up in the polls. And the more they saw Maggie, the more the public were turned off by her.
So the opinion polls in the 79 election, it was a rare one where the losing party's leader was more popular. And in 79, Callaghan was more popular on the Prime Minister, who would make the best Prime Minister vote than Margaret Thatcher. And it probably limited the scale of the Tory win. They end up winning with a 43-seat majority. A few months before the election, with a winter of discontent, the Tories were like 15, 20 points ahead, and it gets down to 7 points by polling day in 1979. So the Callaghan being more popular probably did limit the damage for the Labour's defeat. which is the irony, is that immediately after the election, suddenly there's a lot of anti-Callaghan feeling. Oh, Callaghan cost us the election, and all the rest of it within the Labour Party. But ironically, he probably limited the damage to that election.
I think if he was allowed to have a longer campaign, and I think there was even, because we only recently started to have TV debates in this country. For our American audiences, we until 2010 we didn't do televised debates between leaders. Which, although, like you said earlier about by-election TV debates used to be a thing, interestingly, but not national leaders debates. But there was debates. Jim Callaghan really wanted to have a debate with Maggie because I think he knew that he was the biggest asset. You know, people will look at Jim Callaghan and think, "Oh, he seems quite a likable chap. Quite like him," you know, and yeah, people. When people saw Margaret Thatcher, they were turned off more.
Yeah, so the TV debates finally happened in 2010, but for many years beforehand, generally speaking, the party that was losing tended to call for the TV debates. So in 1997, John Major tried to get a TV debate with Tony Blair, and in fact, I think the Tories got a chicken to follow Tony Blair round. And now you're saying he was too chicken to take part in the debate. So generally speaking, if a party's losing, they tended to be the ones that were calling for the TV.
Want to call because it's all to play for, and I think Gordon Brown, to his credit, I think he knew. Right, I've got nothing left to lose now. I'm gonna, you know, and well, no, I mean, well, actually, no. All the ones that wanted to have a debate have been from, like you said, from the government. The government is going to lose the election of the day, and yet David Cameron.
I think he regretted it afterwards because of obviously it boosted the Lib Dems and
Clegmania,
for a while, although it fell away a bit by polling day. There was an argument that if there hadn't been for the debates, perhaps Cameron would have got a narrow majority and would have perhaps taken more Lib Dem seats.
And I think as well, like, because Nick Clegg, I mean, you know, despite, you know, what people might think of him or all the ills or whatever, I think he was really good in the debate. He came across as the strongest one, to the point where it gave us the meme, I agree with Ed, which got, I agree with Ed, that meme where he went circling around. Gordon Brown was saying, I agree with Ed. And then I think David Cameron was, in the debate, he kept going, I agree with Ed, I agree with Ed, I agree with Ed. And I think it got circled around by the Lib Dems. I think the Lib Dems circled it around a little bit. But if only that could be the nature of politics, because, you know, as a strong supporter of PR, I think we should have politicians that will just go, you know what, we do agree on that. We do agree on that. That's you know, we find an area we agree with, but, you know, as is politics, as is life. Apparently, the Plaid Cymru leader is the only senior figure at the count. I don't know what that says.
Well, I think it's a good indicator, because generally speaking, if a party is likely to know.
Oh, Nick, sorry, Nick, I agree.
Nick, you kept saying Ed.
Nick, I think I said Ed.
Ed Miliband. No, well,
thank you.
If a party will largely know from the sampling of the votes as they were verified whether they're going to win or lose, unless it's extremely close, and they will then generally say to the senior figures in the party, if they're winning, come to the count; if they're losing, don't. And so I think you can probably deduce from that Plaid Cymru are the party that's expecting to have a good result if it's their leader that's the only senior figure that's in the count.
Although I have seen Nigel Farage. I have seen Nigel Farage be at counts where I think.
Yes, I was stood next to him at the Newark count. In
really?
yes, 2014, the Newark count, and
okay.
But the thing was, we'd done the sampling and we knew, I think they ended up losing quite heavily by about 7. One of his people said to him, we've lost by about 2,000. And I said, no, from the sampling, it was much bigger. I think Jenrick's majority was more like 7,000.
Okay.
Yes, that was my birthday, actually, was spent at the Newark by-election count.
Did he buy you a pint? Because he likes his pubs, Nigel. He loves it. I mean, despite my own views on his politics, he does keep the pub trade going, you know.
Cigarettes as well.
Did you have a word with him? Like, you don't have to digress a lot of things, but did you have a brief chat? Did you have a brief conversation, brief chat with him? Or
well, the only thing I said was, so we'd obviously been doing the box count, so we knew they'd lost by about 7,000, and so just before the result was going to be declared, somebody from UKIP said to him, "Oh, we're going to lose by about 2,000," and then I did sort of say, actually, it's more like 7,000. But yeah,
okay.
Was
so it's a very transactional conversation. Then it was very just cutting.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't it was one where we lost our deposit. It wasn't a by-election we were likely to do well in. At the time, it was a UKIP Tory fight.
Yeah, that's it. I find that interesting because I think everyone knows. I mean, obviously, it was just a very quick transactional chat, but I think sometimes you hear stories where it's like you see their persona, their persona that they portray themselves, but actually, when you speak to them privately, they could be so, different, and unlike their persona. That's
some
you could have someone who's really absolutely lovely on screen and just really arsehole off screen, but equally, you can have people who, present themselves as very opinionated, but be actually quite weirdly humble.
I'd tell you what, I sometimes do TV debates and sometimes do the ITV Central politics program.
Yeah.
Do you remember Brendan Clark Smith, who was the Tory MP for Bassetlaw? He was really right wing, and he was appearing on this panel with me, and I thought, oh God, he's going to be really obnoxious and aggressive. But to be fair to him, when I spoke to him in the room beforehand, he was one of the most polite, mild-mannered people I'd met. So you do sometimes find that people are sometimes nicer in reality than
absolutely. Absolutely, and and to be honest, not so we're not showing our bias here. I know some of you who watch my channel, they probably know of Matthew Holbert, but honestly, he's so different in person. He's very forthright in his debate, but I think there's a lot of persona there, and he won't mind me saying this, but he is quite different in I wouldn't say he's 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 a lot different. He's not this kind of like his online persona is very
sometimes people have an act where they're very controversial, but actually they're quite mild mannered.
Yeah, he's quite adorable in a lot of ways. It's like actually he's quite like I don't think he's a shy person. He's not a shy person, but he's definitely a lot like he's not this people think oh, gobby lefty, whatever, blah blah. I mean, he still has his views, and he'll always continue to have his views. But and again, people like people he tells me stories about the people he sees on Talk TV, and it's like, oh my God, what they I only watch Talk TV for Matthew, I'll be honest. But he'll tell me, I'll go, oh my God, this person's really obnoxious, and he'll say to me in his stories, oh no, he's a lovely chap, he's absolutely lovely, in like you, like your example, yeah.
And I think there tends to be a lot of demonizing of politics. And people who are right wing think everyone who's left wing is mad, extreme, and everyone who's left wing thinks right wing people are all fascist and all this. And I don't think it helps that you have this sort of most people are all right, whatever their political.
Most people, we're absolutely, we're all right. We're all human beings at the end of the day. And I speak, and again, I've got a sister who's a Reform voter. So we are
I have
very
friends
intense
who vote
debates.
Reform, friends who vote Labour, friends who vote Lib Dem, all parties. I'm not going to stop speaking to somebody because they've got a different view than me, you know.
Same here, Matthew. Same here, Michael. And I actually defended my sister one time at church because there's someone who's well, she is a Marxist basically, but I was explaining my sister and I mentioned she's a Reform, and she says, "Oh, she sounds awful. I would have nothing to do with her." And I basically popped up and said, "Hang on, she did a lot for me. She helped me a lot when I was in my dark days and bad times. I said I'm not having been badmouth like that. Disagree with her passionately on her view on politics, but she's a lovely, lovely sister to me. And like you said, I think sometimes we need a little bit. I think sometimes we just need to settle down sometimes and just have a bit of humility in life. But yeah. Anyway, moving on.
So the news there is the Labour candidates arrived at the count with the result expected in a few minutes. So
right, okay, I'm gonna keep this. I don't know what this pod. Apparently, this is meant to be BBC Wales. I feel like I've just been like, hang on.
I think we're getting closer and closer to the declaration soon. Tense battle between Reform. Yeah.
There we go. This is what I wanted. Might actually see. I'll put it on for a little bit, chat, but I am conscious about being copyright striked, so might have to put our voices in between. In fact, I don't know if you guys can even hear this right now.
So somebody said the declaration's expected in about 10 minutes, Phil.
In 10 minutes? Oh, so this is...
We'll see if that... Sometimes they say that just and then it's a lot longer. But
to tease us all. They want to tease us political geeks and nerds. Michael, can you hear that? Can you hear this, by the way, or is it all muted for you?
It's muted. I can't hear it.
No. I know. Okay, let's stop sharing. Probably a good thing to mute it for now because I think I'll let it rattle on for a bit, and I think I would end up having to pay the BBC. Oh, I don't know. Wouldn't pay the BBC, but so me and Matthew Albert, we're doing our own new pods.
Yes,
and I talked about Madonna's American Pie, and I thought I'd throw in a bit, because I like in the edits, I like to put make it a bit visually interesting. So I put the video to intercut with the conversation, and didn't get copyright strike. That was all fine because I knew how to work it. I know there's a way of working around it, but it said it was banned in Russia and Belarus.
Oh, right. Well, of course, Don McLean's American Pie, is it the same wording? It says,
it's her version.
Lenin read a book on Marx. That's one of the lines, isn't it? As in Vladimir
That
Lenin
would make sense for his version, but I think she came out very strongly in support of... Well, it's when Russia had their LGBT propaganda laws, and I think she was at a concert, and she... Go YouTube it, guys. It's so fascinating. Like half the audience was booing her when she said she's coming out for gay rights. And it's like, Russia, do you not know her? It's just like, well, why are you watching a Madonna concert? Well, you just know. Like, yeah, maybe Russians don't know this. Can you hear that now, Michael? Is that okay?
I can hear something. Yes.
60.43%. You called it. It was the placards. When I placards at every election.
I'm going to see if I can. It is admittedly on a low volume. Oh, well, apparently that's as high as it goes.
When I'm out delivering the newspapers, I do get to see quite a lot of the constituency, and that was the one thing that...
Oh, my sound's terrible. Well, anyway, we'll have this in the background and we'll sort of intercut it now and again. I will probably just reduce it a little bit. Because if the results is being declared soon, then it might be worth having this kept on so we aren't missing it, because this is why people are here. I'm assuming all 112 of you. God, my word, I can't believe 112 people are in this. It's
Well, I have to
absolutely
say,
crazy.
I thought that talking about Welsh parliamentary by-elections would be quite a niche thing, and I wasn't sure if we get anyone from them. But so therefore, getting a lot is very positive.
Wonderfully pleased. Wonderfully pleased. Actually, I do need to go for a quick toilet break. So, could someone fire some questions to Michael? Michael, as you know, he's great. He's my expert on political
Somebody's
history.
put the result in from Birmingham by the looks of it.
Oh,
So it's
Dot
council
Sider,
by-election.
thank you once again. Thank you. I am going to make you my executive producer. You're doing a better handling of the social media updates. So, anyway, I'm going to go for a quick pit stop. So, in the meantime, feel free to ask Michael anything, obviously within reason, but it could be British by-election history, political history, his work as a councillor, or, you know, whatever. I'm sure Michael will be fine. Obviously, Michael, ignore.
Well,
I think that Mike's gone now. That the one who was being a complete bully in the chat. I think he's actually gone to bed now.
Lib Dem win mostly in Birmingham. Is that what someone's saying? Right?
Could be.
It's,
I'm right to leave you with the chat then, Michael.
Yeah. I mean, the big thing is obviously if Labour do lose, then that's historic. They've won the seat at every election since 1918 at Westminster and the Welsh Parliament.
Okay, no worries. Right, I'll leave you to it. I should, in theory, be able to hide myself, but apparently not. There was a hide feature before, but oh well, you're gonna have to see me. Oh, there we go. Right.
So it looks like we're imminently going to have the declaration they're talking about just after 2, and we are at 2:06. So hopefully we will find out what the result is, and if can we have one, and if Labour have lost, we say historically. Right. Hi, Michael. Is there any parallel in British history to what happened next year, which is the 4 nations having largest parties all dedicated to independence? Probably not, because we haven't won the popular vote in Wales at the previous general elections. So if they do, that would be a significant one. Obviously, Northern Ireland, there's been over the years a rise in the vote for Sinn Féin and the Nationalists, and a bit of a decline in the Unionist vote as well. And obviously in Scotland, there's a possibility of the SNP winning as well. So it could well be that we do see an exceptional result for the Welsh and Scottish Nationalists. It looks like the Lib Dems have won mostly in Birmingham. So who's winning at the moment, please? Well, the indication, if we're talking about Caerphilly, is it looks like all the talk is that that Plaid Cymru are heading for a win. The Plaid Cymru leader is at the count, and the general mood coming from the people tweeting at the count, journalists and so on, is it does look like the Reform are likely to miss out to Plaid. Why isn't there an England Independence Party? Well, there used to be the English Democrats, who I think won. Was it the Doncaster Mayor, I think? Yeah. So the English Democrats have won a mayoral election for Doncaster, and I think it was the person who won it was the father of Philip Davis, who used to be the Tory MP from Shipley. He ended up standing for the English Democrats. Certainly the turnout of just over 50% is impressive. It's higher than it was in the all-out Welsh Assembly election in 2021, when it was 44%. So they've gone up from 44% to 50%. In a by-election, it is rare that turnouts actually go up in them. Usually they go down. So I think it does indicate interest in the election. It's going up.
It's those who are less concerned about it, that it's galvanised them as much as anything to come out and vote against reform. I don't know, maybe I'm reading too much of it.
Well, I think when I spoke to people in Caerphilly, that's definitely what I got. But then when I was in
it is good if turnout's gone up. Obviously, the last election we saw a decline in turnout. So we are getting more people getting out to vote, and that's a positive sign. I think it means people turning out because there's more options for Reform and the Greens. No longer being seen as a way to vote. Many places people are turning out to vote for them.
That's exactly it. Yeah, I think that's exactly it. And then obviously we don't know exactly what will happen. We are speculating.
The betting market is like 99% likely now. The betting market is a pretty accurate indicator of what's going to happen, and all the signs of the count and what the people are saying is it does look like.
And I'm back.
Good. There seems to be a problem with echoing, Andy. I don't know if you can sort it out.
I hope I can. Technical difficulties. Let me just mute this for now. Echo.
Right, we better. Looks like it's
Yeah.
bounced it.
I can help you with that.
Oh, and that was my machine. I'll say my Alexa talking. Bad echo on stream. Right, let me have a look. Audio setting. Mirror video. Okay. Oh, well, the elections seem to be, well, this is it, guys.
We go. Yeah.
The total number of votes given to each candidate was as follows.
Richard Edmund, swyddog canlyniadau etholaeth ar gyfer etholaeth Caerphilly, yn datgan fod cyfanswm nifer y pleidleisiau a roddwyd I bob ymgeisydd fel y ganlyn.
Eichler Steve, Welsh Liberal Democrats, 497.
Eichler Steve, Democratiaid Rhyddfrydol Cymru, 497.
Cook Anthony Stewart, Glad Wales Can Be Better, 117.
Cook Anthony Stewart, Gwlad Gall Cymru fod yn well, 117.
Hughes Gareth, Wales Green Party, 516.
Hughes Gareth, Plaid Werdd Cymru, 516.
Potter Gareth John, Welsh Conservative Party candidate, 690.
Potter Gareth John, ymgeisydd Plaid Geidwadol Cymru, 690.
Wall's there.
Howell Leah Thomas, Reform UK, 12113.
Hywel Llyr Thomas, Reform UK, 12,113.
Quilliam, Roger Anthony, UKIP, scrap the Senedd, 7-9.
William Roger Anthony, UKIP, scrap the Senedd, 79.
Tunnicliffe Richard, Welsh Labour, 3713.
Tunnicliffe Richard, Llafur Cymru, 3,713.
Whittle, Lindsay Jeffrey, Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales, 15961.
Wow.
That's
So
a very,
quite, you could
well
see,
over 3,000, nearly 4,000. Right.
Whittle,
he did it
Lindsay
after
Jeffrey,
many,
Plaid
many.
Cymru,
He's done it, yes.
921.
Labour vote down at about 11%, I think. My count.
Therefore, I give public notice that Lindsay Whittle is duly elected as the member of the Senate.
There we go. And I think I know what the echo could be. It might be because I'm sharing my audio. So
That's the
if I unshare that for now, and then if I go back on the screen, we'll just mute it for now. Don't share the audio.
So I think from the result, obviously very impressive result for Plaid Cymru. They almost got half the vote there, so that's considerably up. Reform, solid vote for them.
This was
it
was basically a 2-horse race.
Absolutely, yeah.
The other votes collapsed.
They did. Labour's down at about 11%, so it was slightly lower than the poll. And I think that's probably the biggest story of tonight, is that this seat, which had been Labour since 1918, they could only get 11%. That is a pretty dismal result. The Conservative vote, they got 17% in 21. They're now down to about 2%. So they have really been squeezed. Clearly, a lot of that vote seems to have gone over to Reform.
Yeah.
So, vote.
They're only just ahead of the Green Party, which I think, like we said earlier, I don't think they were serious contenders, and I think a lot of them would have probably blacked Plaid. Now, what we said earlier about their leader being supportive of independence. Yeah.
I think it's a historic result. So historically, Caerphilly, like Wales, has voted Labour at every election since 19 general and Welsh Assembly and then Parliament elections. And tonight they've fallen to third, not just fallen to third, but third with 11% of the vote. For an incumbent party to finish third with 11% is atrocious. I mean, even parties in midterm, when they lose by-elections, governments, they often will get 20-25% of the vote. Even in the sort of John Major era, they tended to get that hold on to that kind of vote. To go down to 11% is really calamitous for Labour. Although, just as sort of one statistic, at the last Welsh Assembly election, the Labour and the Conservatives between them got 63% of the vote in this seat. I think tonight they've got 13% between them. And that just shows the transformation away from that two-party system to people switching to Plaid and Reform. Clearly, the Labour votes collapsed largely in favour of Plaid, and the Conservative votes collapsed in favour of Reform. And so I think we are. Sorry, carry on.
Go on, Michael.
I was going to say, I think we have witnessed, what could be a pretty historic by-election in terms of the realignment of politics in Wales, away from a sort of Labour-Tory battleground to Plaid Cymru Reform. It's a pretty comfortable win for Plaid Cymru, but a big vote for Reform, and a very poor vote for Labour and the Tories. It's certainly going to give a morale boost to Plaid. And I suppose it also perhaps opens up the arguments about tactical voting against Reform. At the last election, we had tactical voting against the Conservatives. Here, it does seem as if its votes has dropped and Plaid Cymru have won.
Excellent comment, Pod George. I can't quite get your username, but I'm loving the username. Thank you. That is true. The Welsh Greens did actually vote for supporting independence 5 years ago. So, you know, I think really only Zach Polensky is just reconfirming, at least for the Welsh Greens, their position. I can debate whether they should be two separate parties another day, because I've made my view very strongly on social media about his view. But no, you are right. The Welsh Greens did vote for that. So thanks for that comment. How serious or damage do you think this is for Labour? Because, like you said, now it really changed the game. I think there's no such thing as safe seats no more.
But governing parties lose seats in by-elections, and sometimes they can end up finishing third. So we saw this during the major government, that they fall from first to third in Eastleigh and Littleborough and Saddleworth and Perth and Kinross, and that sort of heralded what was going to happen in 1997, which was the smashing of the Conservative Party. Here, what we see is not just a loss for Labour, though, and falling into third, but third with 11%. And to go from having won this seat at every election since 1918 to getting 11%, I think it's the vote that's more significant than the fact they've lost. To only get 11% in a seat you've always won is shockingly bad. And it must be very, very worrying for Labour that clearly the tactical vote has worked against them in this seat. They've been really squeezed into the ground. And it's a worrying result for the Labour Party. And I think that is the takeaway from this. The Reform have done well. They've not won, but their votes gone up a lot. Plaid has done very well. And congratulations to the UMP for all his years of plugging away in that seat. You know, first stood for Parliament in 1983 and is now elected for that constituency. He had been a list member, but now he's the constituency member.
I do think it's, for me, I mean, if I'm going to be a little bit, I mean, I think Reform have done very well. I think it needs to be recognised. If I'm going to be a little bit cynical here, it reminds me a bit like the Scottish seats, again, where they talked up. And again, maybe I was reaching earlier, but I think it proved my hypothesis when Zia Yusuf was saying, oh, well, you know, the way he was wording it earlier, saying, you know, we've done quite well, blah, blah, blah. Not quite a victory. It didn't sound like, for me, it was like they knew that they were going to win. And I think it kind of reminds that sort of the example of the Scottish, of that Scottish seat where they talked up about, oh, we're going to do really, really, really well. And then suddenly it got snatched from their hands, and but like you said, I think tactical voting has played a huge part in this election, and I think it'll make going into obviously we have the Scottish and Welsh elections coming first, but it'll make interesting observation how the electorate will behave, because you know, Reform does have its supporters, it has its voters, but I think there are many I always say Farage and Reform are like Marmite. You love it or you hate it. And I think it will make this is an example about where I think tactical voting will really come into play, which for me just shows how ridiculous it is to continue to have first past the post, because you're going to have people voting against a party rather than for a party, in my view.
Yeah, and clearly what's happened is we've had a turnout go up, which is rare for a by-election. It's gone up from 44% to 50% compared to the last Welsh Assembly election. Reform have clearly brought people out to vote for them, which they've had a pattern of doing, that they have managed to get a lot of people who weren't voting previously to turn out to vote for them. But clearly a lot of people are also looking for the alternative that's most likely to beat Reform, and here it was Plaid Cymru. So I think, we are seeing a very polarized election around reform, with some people being very motivated to turn out to vote for reform who perhaps haven't voted before, and that's why we've seen this huge increase in the reform vote. But also, clearly, there's been a lot of voting in favour of Plaid Cymru by people who wouldn't necessarily vote for Plaid Cymru usually in order to beat reform. So we're seeing high turnouts. It's a very good result for Plaid Cymru. It shows that they can win outside the sort of North Wales heartlands and win comfortably today with nearly 50% of the vote. It shows reforms going forward, and it's a calamitous result for Labour. To slip to third place with 11% in a seat you've held for 100 years and more than 100 years
yeah, for Welsh Labour now, I suppose there'll be questions about. Obviously, I think Welsh Labour and Scottish Labour value their independence away from Westminster Labour. I think there might be pressure now for Welsh Labour to probably be a bit more critical of. Again, depends how you read this. Is this a rejection? And I'm sure there'll be a lot of analysis of this by experts and data analysts. But is it a rejection of what's going on in Westminster, or is it also a rejection of since 1999 because I know for a lot of my Welsh for a lot of people I know who live in Wales or my followers, there's a lot of issues with the NHS in Wales and public services. And I suppose really the question now is where does this leave Welsh Labour? Do they try and is the strategy to be more critical of the Welsh of Labour in Westminster, or is the problem on them?
They're in a very difficult position when you end up with 11% of the vote in a seat you've had for over 100 years. A lot of things are going wrong, and I think it's a sort of perfect storm of unpopularity with the government of Westminster and in Wales, and people seeing them being out of the race and therefore tactically voting for other parties. But if you are having tactical voting against you in a seat that's been yours for over 100 years, that's a bad sign, because usually you would expect to be the tactical vote, and the fact that they're not this time, and that actually the tactical vote's been turned on. And equally, the tactical vote's been turned on the Tories as well, clearly, because, this was a seat when the 2019 general election, they came a very different boundaries, but a very substantial second place, but now they're down to 2%.
There's the vote share. Again, like, this is a huge contrast from the more tight. It's not a tight result that we ended up getting, which is probably why we had an early declaration, despite the turnout being quite high. And like you said, Michael, I think Labour is in a difficult position now. 35% drop.
It's huge. That's a 27% swing from Labour to Plaid Cymru and a 35% swing from Labour to Reform, and a 25% swing from Tory to Reform. The issue is, yes, there's a tactical vote against Labour, but there's a tactical vote against them where they're starting in first place, and that must be a worry for them.
Because normally traditionally in politics, if you've got a political party that is so, for some electorate, whether it's the far, like the left or the right, that are just so unpalatable for some electorates, they would normally go to one of the two main parties. They would go to either Labour or, if it was a contested area, the Conservatives. But the fact that they didn't do that, and they did, a lot of their vote to Plaid Cymru, suggests to me that Labour are in real trouble now. And
I mean, Caerphilly has voted as with the whole of Wales, has voted Labour first place at every parliamentary election since 1918. It's now put them in third. We'll see. 6 months now to the Welsh Parliament all-up elections. Maybe things will change, but certainly from this result, it's a calamitous result for Labour Party. To end up that low when you're the first place party is a real worry for them, and it must be sending very worrying messages to the Labour leadership now that they're getting such an abysmal result, that they couldn't. This would have been the sort of place where people would have joked in the past that you could put a red rosette on a donkey and it would vote Labour, that old saying. And not only have they not voted Labour, but very few people have turned out to vote Labour. So that is a worry for them.
I mean, this is probably not the night to do it, but I think there's definitely, maybe we can do this one day, but a wider discussion about is as political appetite just changed. I think, are people just so impatient and frustrated that they just want change at any cost now, and they felt like this, and with Labour sort of tanking in the polls and doing quite some unpopular policies. I think it just shows how volatile elections are. I mean, we forget in 2019, Boris came in with a sweeping majority. There were talks about he's going to have 2 terms, blah, blah, blah. And then as quickly as he got his 80-seat majority, Labour came in with 100. And with polls now, it looks like they might even struggle to be the opposition party.
Yeah. Well, this is the thing. People were very disappointed and angry with the last Conservative government, and they're clearly not coming back to vote Conservative. And now they're angry and disappointed with the Labour government, and therefore they're looking for alternatives to both Conservative and Labour.
Yeah. Any further comment, Michael? Or I think we can call this a close.
Just obviously congratulations to Plaid Cymru, the success of the candidate.
Oh, I think we lost connection again briefly. Oh, there we go.
Are you there? Yeah. So congratulations to Plaid Cymru. The guy's been standing there since 1983, and he's finally won the constituency seat. Reform have done well. They've clearly made big advances. They've not won. They've come short. Obviously, it also shows that where there is tactical voting against reform, as clearly seems to have happened here, they can lose. And also, there is going to be a struggle for Labour after this. This is a seat where you should, if you're Labour, you should expect to be able to say to people, vote for us and we can win. But if you're coming third with 11% in a seat you've won for over 100 years, that is an existential crisis for the Labour Party. I mean, it really is serious. Even in the worst times for the John Major government, they were still getting 20-odd% of the vote in by-elections when they were being absolutely hammered. And we know what happened in 1997 to the Tories. They lost very badly. So to go this low for Labour is really bad. And I think that's the conclusion here. We've had a seat here which has always voted Labour. In previous times, when Labour were unpopular in the 30s and 60s and 80s, it still voted Labour. And tonight, they've lost, but also lost so badly. And it's not so much they've lost, you could expect that perhaps from a government, but to lose with 11% is just shocking and abysmal. And it does show what a mess Labour's in.
Absolutely, Michael. I agree with that. But definitely, it's been it was an exciting night, an interesting night. Thank you so much, Michael, for doing this. It's been an absolute pleasure. You're always on form as always, and just your wealth of knowledge of elections past.
I must admit, at 2:30, I'm not as sharp as I usually am. It's been a long day.
Trust me, I'm getting there too. And to everyone in the chat and people who watch this, thank you so much. I was not expecting so many people to tune in. It's been absolutely wonderful, and like, do make sure to check out my channel and subscribe if you're interested. And yeah, thank you, Michael, and I'll speak to you next time.
Thank you, everyone, for listening in. It's been a good evening. Take care. Good night.
Take care. Bye-bye.